Call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call?
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance. Here. Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Croft.
Here.
Mr. Trainey.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Domboski.
Present.
Mr. Dyson.
Here.
Chair Dunbar, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Ms. Hall, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you. All right, can we have a motion to approve the minutes of the previous meetings? We have 3 sets of minutes.
Move to approve. Second.
And to be clear, is that for one set or all 3 sets?
All 3.
Mr.
All
Welk?
3.
All right. All right, seeing no objection, that motion is approved. Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Assembly Chair's reports. We'll start with you.
For the Mayor, Mr. Dunbar.
All right, Mr. Trainey.
Mr. Mayor, I got a call tonight from Bobby Hill, Liz Negro River, saying something about Anchor Ride Services Negro River stopping in July. Is that true?
Through the chair, I think that may be a slightly garbled account of the fact that we are looking to push what is the services currently provided by the Public Transportation Department through to the Chugiak Senior Center. So we have put public notice out that we are considering that change. It looks like it should go forward. We can get you further details on that if you'd like.
So it's not been canceled currently in July?
No, we're actually hoping that it'll actually be somewhat of an improved service because it'll be hubbed in the Chugiak River community itself.
The other question he asked me to find out about was something about subscription rides for Anchor Rides where you don't have to call in every now and then and set up a recurring pickup. He said that's been canceled too. Is that just reality or just imagination?
We have a bull in the audience here, so I may use my phone a friend and rely upon Director Hassan to help me out on that one.
Thanks for coming to answer the question for us.
Absolutely. Through the chair, yes, paratransit requires subscription rides. That is the generic concept of how one goes through. There's also an eligibility process. None of that has changed. I believe there might have been some miscommunication with the contracted vendor that led to some confusion as we're transferring services from MD Transportation to the Chugiak Senior Center beginning July the 2nd.
Okay. I'll send him your phone number so he can contact you. His name is Bob Hill. His son Bobby Hill is the one. Bobby Hill is a weightlifter, Special Olympics. He was also the kid that used to, during the ACES games, do the, in the middle, they do that ride-along thing. So he's been in town forever, so I want to make sure if we're still doing this, we pick him up. So
Absolutely.
I'll send him your phone number if that's all right.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. All right, we will continue. Thank you, Mr. Hassan. That's all. We'll continue now with Chair's reports, starting with Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. There was a Community and Economic Development Committee meeting last Thursday. I wasn't there, so if someone else was, maybe they can tell us what happened. At the next Community and Economic Development Committee meeting, we will consider accessory dwelling units. So if you have amendments to that, have them ready for that meeting. That'll be on June 6th, 9:30 in the morning. 9:30 or 9? I'm sorry, 9 in the morning.
I think it might be.
Works.
Is it June 6th or June 7th, Mr. Weddleton?
June 7th. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So last week we had a meeting of the Assembly Committee on Homelessness where we discussed volunteer abatement, a map of illegal camps and how we can maybe get one out to the public, and a resolution stating that it is the policy of the city to disperse services for those experiencing homelessness outside of the downtown core. That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Steele.
Yes, we did have a meeting of the Safety Committee.
And we had two items. I'll let Mr. Dyson explain his presentation. Mine was boy, memory lapse here. SROs, yeah. So had a good meeting, good discussion. Had representatives from the school district and had a good conversation. So.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Also note that I do not have a chair's report this evening. Mr. Croft.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing to report.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Elections Committee will be meeting at noon tomorrow, Wednesday, May 23rd, at the Elections Center located at 619 East Ship Creek Avenue. We will be discussing several items. The first one will be limited road service area elections, return postage on envelopes, voter roll updates, and report to the state about undeliverables. We need to straighten out the voter rolls, and we're working with the state to do that. So those things will be happening at our meeting tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. The Utilities Enterprise Committee did meet and discussed the MLNP sale to Chugach Electric, including a timeline, and also the port. So it's a good conversation. We'll be meeting monthly to discuss MLNP.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Domboski.
No report.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. As Assemblyman Member Steele said, the Public Safety Committee meeting is held. The first topic was published as first responders in school, and the discussion was really limited to the police that are stationed there. At some point, I think we may want to have a subsequent discussion that what happens when there's an incident that goes on, bombs, active shooter, threats, and so on, but not for now. The second subject was the ordinance or to put in city law the mandatory reporting requirements on sexual abuse that are in the state code. And I committed to not having a vote on that for at least a month and having another hearing on it. That item happens to appear on our agenda tonight, and I will ask we put off for 2 meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. At this time, I will ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum and laid on the table items.
Move to incorporate the addendum and laid on the table items.
Second.
You got to push your button. I'll push mine.
Thank you. Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that motion is approved. We will now go down. Oh, I'm sorry. This time, Mr. Croft, could you please read those items into the record?
On the addendum, resolution number AR 2018-166, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and thanking Girdwood residents John and Amy Quisenberry, Unalaska residents Ronan Gray, Damian Lopez Poncarte, Mary Himes, Captain Chris Carson of the Girdwood Volunteer Fire Department, and the Alaska Mountain Rescue Group for rescuing Jack Crockett from a glacial crevasse. Resolution number AR 2018-168, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Kathy Wasserman upon her retirement as director of the Alaska Municipal League for her many contributions to local government in Alaska. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 340-2018, the 2018-2019 application for the transfer of ownership and location of beverage dispensary liquor license number 4173 with restaurant designation permit for Eagle River Ale House, LLC, doing business as Eagle River Ale House. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 341-2018, the 2018-2019 application for a new beverage dispensary duplicate liquor license number 5639 with restaurant designation permit for Eagle River Ale House, LLC, doing business Eagle River Ale House. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 361, 2018, Amendment Number 2 to the Professional Services Contract, Purchase Order Number 2017-000292 with Kinney Engineering LLC for Diamond Intermodal Facility Project from the Purchasing Department. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 362, 2018, Sole source purchase from Field Turf Northwest, Inc. for artificial turf and installation for the Municipality of Anchorage, MOA Parks and Recreation Department, $422,333.34. Information Memorandum Number AIM 50-2018, Quarterly Bar Safety Hour Permit Report. Resolution number AR 2018-165, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the new package store liquor license number 5648 for Northern Hospitality Group Incorporated doing business as 49th State Spirits and Gifts located at 717 West 3rd Avenue, Anchorage, Alaska 99501, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. That's within the Downtown Community Council. Resolution number AR 2018-167, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly declaring a policy of dispersed placement in the Anchorage Bowl of services and programs for homeless persons. And then laid on the table item is only one, AR number 2018-169, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the transfer of ownership of restaurant/eating place liquor license number 1805 with restaurant designation permit for Shanghai Tea Garden, LLC, doing business as Shanghai Tea Garden, located at 9150 Jewel Lake Road, Anchorage, Alaska 99502, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. At this time, we'll go down the dais and ask if anyone wants to pull an item off of the consent agenda. We'll start with you, Mr. Weddleton.
9A4 for reading.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Steele.
No item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 9 Alpha 3 for reading.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Croft.
9 Foxtrot 6.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
9 Alpha 5, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull 9A2 for reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. 9A1 for reading and 9F8 as well.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Domboski.
No items.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Dyson.
No items, thank you.
Thank you. Chris, did you have
Yeah, I misread. I meant 9F7. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, 9F8.
All right. So we have 9 Alpha 1 was pulled by Mr. Constant. 9 Alpha 2 was pulled by Mr. Peterson. 9 Alpha 3 was pulled by Ms. LaFrance. 9 Alpha 4 was pulled by Mr. Weddleton. 9 Alpha 5 was pulled by Mr. Trainee. 9 Foxtrot 6 was pulled by Mr. Croft. And 9 Foxtrot 7 was pulled by Mr. Constant. Are there any additional items? All right. All right. I'd like a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please vote on the balance of the consent agenda. It's okay. Excellent. Actually, I want to take a brief, just a 1 minute at ease to make sure we didn't just do something. 1 second.
You're what? It's laid on the table for introduction, and I don't know that I have it either, but it's the
I'm going to move to.
a new package store downtown. Yeah, it's here.
going to be in town?
It's in the laid on the table package. It looks like this.
They're giving her one.
9F7. It's a pretty thick little packet.
Bryson to pull his ordinance.
All right, get back going. Thought there was an error, but there wasn't. Just being paranoid. All right, so now we're to item 9 Alpha 1. Who is reading 9 Alpha 1? Who is presenting?
Sorry. Thank you. Move to approve?
Yes. Can we get a second?
Thank you.
All right.
Second.
You're not third. Ask again to Mr.
Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this item is approved.
All right. Anchorage Resolution 2018-155, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Anchorage's Pride Fest 2018 and encouraging the Anchorage community to celebrate the diversity of the municipality of Anchorage and the state of Alaska. Whereas Anchorage Pride Fest is facilitated each year by Identity, Inc., an organization that has been advocating for and serving our lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community since 1977. And whereas Anchorage Pride Fest 2018 is a week-long celebration of Anchorage's diversity in our LGBT community, and the 2018 is the next generation more than a rainbow. And whereas the community is invited to join in the celebrations, including the Anchorage Equality Parade in downtown Anchorage on Saturday, June 16th at 11 a.m., culminating with Pride Festival on the Delaney Park Strip with entertainment, vendors, and food from noon until 5 p.m. And whereas the first LGBT Pride Parades took place nationally in June 1970 to mark the one-year anniversary of the Stonewall Riots, and Anchorage's first Pride Parade with 11 participants took place in 1977, and more than 10,000 individuals participated in Anchorage's 2017 Pride Fest. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes June 9th to June 16th as Anchorage Pride Fest 2018 and encourages the Anchorage community to join in celebrating our LGBT community and the diversity within the municipality of Anchorage and the state of Alaska, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 22nd day of May, 2018.
Thank you. It gives me great pleasure to stand here with Identity Board members and the hard-working committee members that put together the wonderful event that we're going to have in June, Anchorage Pride Fest, the next generation more than a rainbow. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you on the Assembly for helping to make Anchorage a welcoming city and for allowing us a day to celebrate loving who you are. If you haven't experienced that, please come to Pride and experience it with us. It doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, green, blue, any color of the rainbow, any color of the spectrum. Come and celebrate the diversity of our community, the energy we have, and the contributions we make to Anchorage. And then come to a few of our events. You know, you could start on Saturday with our booth at the downtown market. You could actually come right here to the library and hear drag queen story time. And then you can cap your night off with stories from beyond the closet. Sunday, you can go to the barbecue at the Raven or the Youth Artist Showcase. Monday, movies at the Beartooth. Tuesday, the Rainbow Run in Ship Creek. Wednesday, Lube Wrestling at the Raven. Thursday, Drag Queen Bingo with the fabulous Daphne Do All the Chores. Friday, you can attend shows at Myrna's. Saturday, the parade at 11 and the party and Pride Festival on the Park Strip starting at noon. And cap your evening off with performances by Ginger Minge from RuPaul's Drag Show. And Sunday, if you still have energy, there's a closing barbecue at Myrna's. So we invite you to celebrate loving who you are, and thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We have one question before you go. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's more of a comment. I just really want to thank Identity for your tireless work over the years putting this on. It really is more than just an event. It's a celebration of who we are as humanity. And I'm especially grateful that this year the work is really to empower our youth. I'm really grateful for that. And, you know, it's also today, May 22nd, is Harvey Milk Day. So I think it's especially critical to remember that and remember that the work is continuing to this day. We're not over yet. So thank you so much.
And let me conclude with, this is Identity wearing Identity's party hat. We do so many other things. The support groups we run, the youth we empower, the people whose lives we touch, the health services that we are just beginning to scratch the surface of. These are the real core things that we do besides during Pride Week when we put on that festive hat. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next up, we have item 9A2, resolution number AR 2018-160, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and congratulating Ben Brandenberry, Eagle Scout. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this motion is approved. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'll be reading.
All right, wonderful. Oh, there he is. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
All right. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and congratulating Ben Brandenberry, Eagle Scout. I probably missed that. Whereas born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska, Ben Brandenberry is a senior and soon-to-be class of 2018 graduate of West Anchorage High School. And whereas Ben has been involved in the Boy Scouts of America for many years and has earned the highest rank attainable, Eagle Scout. And whereas achieving the rank of Eagle Scout takes commitment and dedication in order to accomplish the many requirements which include demonstrating Scout spirit, service, and leadership while earning merit badges to attain a title held for life. Once an Eagle, always an Eagle. And whereas, as part of his journey to achieve the rank of Eagle Scout, Ben had to demonstrate leadership through planning, organizing, and managing a service project. And whereas in 2017, for his Eagle Scout service project, Ben taped off the yellow brick road at the Municipal Election Center with brightly colored yellow tape. The yellow brick road is essentially the public's pathway of viewing the whole municipal election process without compromising voter confidentiality. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes Ben Brandenberry for his outstanding service to municipal elections with the execution of the Yellow Brick Road project at the Municipal Election Center and congratulates him on his achievement of the rank of Eagle Scout. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 22nd day of May, 2018.
My name is Ben Brandenberry, like you just said. This is my family. This is my dad, Ron, and this is his dad, my grandpa. This is my grandma. This is my brother Chris. He's also an Eagle Scout and goes to West too. And then this is my brother Sam. Yeah. And just want to introduce you to them. Oh, this is also Miss Jones, who gave me the Eagle Scout project. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Wait, so I have a question. Oh, hold on. So I actually wanted to hear how you came to decide on this project in particular. I mean, we're very grateful that you chose to help the municipality. Why this and not some other project?
So I was looking for a project, and Miss Jones came up to me and said, "Hey, I got a project for you." And we went to the election center. We looked around, and I figured I kind of wanted to do that instead of putting like different things on the mailboxes, like these brightly colored stickers. Yeah.
Okay. That's a good enough answer for me. Thank you very much.
Yep.
All right. Next, we have resolution Number AR 2018-159, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and appreciating John Rada, Director, and the entire Anchorage Parks and Recreation Department staff.
The next one?
Ask for unanimous consent. Oh, I'm sorry. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. What is the will of the body? I'm out of it today, guys. Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this motion is approved. Who is reading and who's presenting?
I'm reading.
Okay. Is there someone here to receive it? Mr. Rada. Thank you.
AR number 2018-159, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and appreciating John Rada, Director, and the entire Anchorage Parks and Recreation Department staff. Whereas John Rada is the Director of the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Department, a department vital to municipal government, and whereas most residents of the municipality of Anchorage benefit from the work of the Parks and Recreation Department and appreciate their excellence at maintaining and beautifying their favorite parks and recreational centers, and whereas the budgets for public parks and recreation, like public libraries and public transit, are often the first cut and the last restored, and whereas the duties of the Parks and Recreation Department staff include the Sisyphean task of abating and clearing homeless camps across the municipality, some of which pose a significant risk to public health and safety, and whereas most residents of the municipality support the clearing of homeless camps, especially those near their homes and favored parks, but few recognize the physical, emotional, and spiritual difficulty of this work. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and thanks John Rada, Anchorage Parks and Recreation Director, and all of his staff for their dedication to the highest ideals of our municipality and appreciates their ongoing efforts to make safe our public spaces so that our children, families, and all residents may enjoy the blessings of our beautiful community. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 22nd day of May 2018.
Mr. Rada.
I told Mr. Constant this really wasn't necessary. I appreciate the recognition, but it's not about me. It's really about the people who work in our department. And I do appreciate on behalf of all of them. They have a lot of really fun tasks, and they have some tasks that are not so fun. And I think people understand that, and I think have come to appreciate a little bit more about the efforts that are in the field and the boots on the ground, and sometimes the ugliness that we experience when we are out there. So I appreciate the recognition. I appreciate the people who work for me more than anything else. They pull it up sometimes when there's not much to pull up with, and they get the job done. So the credit really goes to them. It's not about me. It's really the people who work in our department, and I am grateful for the appreciation, and I will pass this on to everybody for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rada. We have two questions for you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, John. So last Thursday, I was at the South Addition Community Council, and it was once again a conversation about how are you going to make safe our parks and make it so that we can walk through our neighborhood again, and in particular Valley of the Moon all the way up to Rogers Park, basically, which is a big area and a lot of work. And there were, in fact, neighbors who, feeling so frustrated with the way that the Muni has managed this problem, they're actually asking for the National Guard to come into our parks and secure our city. And of course, my response was, think deeply about that question, because this is not the community we want to live in. And I also recognized that the police can't be there all of the time. So I started to think about what are some solutions that we can approach this with that we aren't yet doing. And the one thing that I thought about was our good friends in code enforcement, and how we do have enforcement officers that are tasked with working in the community and have some enforcement ability. And so it made me wonder, if you have a plan for, or kind of a budget idea of what it would cost to set up an enforcement officer for the parks, which wouldn't be a police officer, but it would be someone who would have more ability to do some of the difficult tasks?
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, actually that's a conversation that we started on here recently. We understand that code enforcement is overwhelmed themselves with a variety of issues, but we also recognize that we have some needs within Parks and Recreation, not only on our behalf, but maybe some of the other departments that we could assist with. So we started this conversation, actually, Jack Frost and Chris Schutte and Dave Whitfield and a couple other people about what would it take. We have an estimated figure, if we handled it parallel to what code enforcement does, approximately $115,000 a year, and that's an all-in cost. We're prepared in our internal discussions to figure out how to manage what that cost would be jointly amongst Parks and Recreation, and it may include a very small portion of Girdwood, but likely predominantly the Anchorage Bowl, but Chugiak Eagle River also has some of the very same needs. So we're looking at how to parse that out, figure out how to manage it. As soon as we can get the balance of our seasonal hires done, we're going to be working on a code enforcement, lack of the formal term at this point, position. We fully intend to go forward with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question is, how do you do it? I don't know how you manage to do what you do with the budget that we give you. We keep finding more parks to dedicate, and then somehow we expect you to use the same budget from the previous year and do more work the next year. So however you're doing it, you're doing a great job, and I just wanted to let you know that I really appreciate it, and you and all the members of your department. Thank you.
Mr. Rada, there are actually two more questions. Sorry. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. So I think I've known John longer and probably better than most of you. And whatever the good words you've said, about him are fall short of telling us what a great job you are. And I admire people who are tough, and tough means being resilient and persistent, in my view. And John puts up with more tough stuff than almost anybody you do, and on the surface, he handles himself very well. But I got to tell you, the stress and the unpleasant stuff that he has to, most of us have no idea. But there's a huge generation of people out there who benefit very significantly from what you do, and I hope they recognize how valuable you are and how much and I hope you recognize how much you're appreciated, at least by those who are smart enough to figure it out.
Well, through the chair, Mr. Dyson, I appreciate the comments, but I'll say the same thing I said before. It's the people who work in the department. They're the ones that make a difference. They truly, they deserve the credit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But you deserve the credit for providing the spirit and leadership, and I appreciate it.
Our last question is from Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A comment, actually, instead of a question. Mr. Rada, until I was present during a recent camp abatement, I truly had no idea just how difficult and dangerous a job your team has before them. And it was truly shocking to witness the degree to which your team is exposed to these difficulties and public health hazards such as sharps and waste. And I thank you for what you do. I think this difficulty is also compounded by the fact that there's a mix of folks who are out there camping, that we truly have some people who need help, and we have others who prefer to camp, and some who are involved with criminal activity. So thank you to you and your team for performing this difficult work. And again, until I was present, I truly had no idea what you were dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. France. I might make a comment. We're not the only agency that's in the middle of trying to sort out some of these problems. So we're actually working collectively, trying to figure out a better, more efficient approach. So there's a collaborative effort that's ongoing right now. Actually, we're meeting next Tuesday, which includes the housing coordinator, the CAP team, the legal department, GIS, myself, to try to determine how we can create a better, more effective, efficient model for approaching some of these cleanup efforts and maybe helping solve some of the problems associated along the way. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Thank you, Mr. Rada. There are no further questions. We are now on item 9A4, resolution number AR 2018-166, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and thanking Girdwood residents John and Amy Quisenberry, Unalaska residents Ronan Gray, Damian Lopez Plancarte, and Mary Himes, Captain Chris Carson of the Girdwood Volunteer Fire Department and the Alaska Mountain Rescue Group for rescuing Jack Crockett from a glacier crevasse. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this motion passes. Is there someone who is reading, who's presenting?
I'm reading.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Who's presenting?
I'm presenting.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and thanking Girdwood residents John and Amy Quisenberry, Unalaska residents Ronan Gray, Damian Lopez Plancarte, and Mary Himes, Chris Carson of the Girdwood Volunteer Fire Department and the Alaska Mountain Rescue Group for rescuing Jack Crockett from a glacial crevasse. Whereas many Anchorage residents especially enjoy backcountry hiking in the spring when daylight returns and temperatures rise, and whereas backcountry conditions constantly change and can be challenging to assess, and whereas Jack Crockett, 12 years old, was hiking with his father at Portage Glacier on Easter Sunday when a snow bridge collapsed and he fell 30 feet into a glacial crevasse. And whereas Girdwood residents John and Amy Quisenberry, along with 3 residents from Unalaska, Ronan Gray, Damian Lopez Plancarte, and Mary Himes, borrowed ice climbing gear from bystanders and over the course of several hours rescued Jack from the crevasse. And whereas Chris Carson with the Girdwood Volunteer Fire Department and volunteers from the Alaska Mountain Rescue Group worked together to transport Jack off the glacier via warming trailer to a waiting ambulance. And whereas, thanks to a fortunate landing and the immediate response and stamina of his rescuers, Jack suffered only minor bruises from the incident. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and thanks John and Amy Quisenberry, Chris Carson, and members of the Alaska Mountain Rescue Group, along with Ronan Gray, Damian Lopez Plancarte, and Mary Himes, for their bravery and skill in rescuing Jack Crockett from a glacial crevasse. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 22nd day of May, 2018.
Thanks, everybody. Just want to spend a quick minute to kind of explain what Alaska Mountain Rescue Group is.
Sir, could you identify yourself for the record, please?
Eric Huffman, Chairman of the Alaska Mountain Rescue Group.
Thank you.
Thanks. I've been with the group probably about 8-9 years since I moved to Alaska, almost 10 years ago. I'm chairman for about 4 years. Alaska Mountain Rescue Group is one of the oldest search and rescue groups in America, formed in 1960. We are an all-volunteer, unpaid, nonprofit organization, and we operate under the guise of the Alaska State Troopers. We are one of only 3 mountain rescue certified organizations in Alaska, the other one being in Sitka and Juneau. So we respond to a wide berth of what I call mainland Alaska. We've been all the way over to Sandpoint, all the way up north above Fairbanks. So I just want to give a quick example of what we do. We average about 5,000 plus man hours in training every year. Our organization is on a really tight budget, probably coffee money for some of us Starbucks lovers. Most of the gear that we have, we've purchased on our own. But through the Mountain Rescue Association, what we have to do is we have to certify every 5 years. And I want to give a quick story about this. Several years ago, we had to do this certification. It's 3 days long of nonstop training and certification. We have to certify in avalanche training, search management, high angle and low angle rescue. So after 3 days, when we're all tired and it's Sunday and we're ready to go home, we get a phone call that there were 3 miners that were injured on Matt Peak. And so we actually effected that rescue. One of the, it was life or death situation. One miner had a femur fracture that was bleeding internally. Another miner had a serious concussion. Due to the fatality of Mel Nading several years prior, AST could no longer fly at night. So we actually hopped on a ride with Life Med and was able to effect that rescue. Life Med ran out of flight hours, and our members stayed on the mountain with the injured subjects until we could get a helicopter ride back off with the subject. Those are the people I work with. They don't walk around and brag about who they are. Sorry to disappoint, but I didn't dress up for this occasion. This is my normal outfit for the day. And several of our members, at the blink of an eye, without telling their family where they're going, what they're doing, you'll get a text from your family just saying, mission, gotta go. And that's it. And we have had near misses, so we understand that sometimes our own safety is at risk, but we train a lot so that our subjects are rescued safely. Most of our members wouldn't brag about it, but since I'm the chairman, I'll brag for them. They are a great group of guys, and we get a lot of support from the community, so I want to thank the community for the support we do get. So that's it.
Thank you. We have one question. Mr. Constant.
Thanks, sir. I'm Christopher Constant. I volunteer with Deb at Alaska Avalanche Information Center and kind of intersect a little bit with your work. Here's my question for you. How much of your focus or time do you guys spend in the front range of the Chugach here behind Anchorage, and how much support do you get locally?
So we spend the majority of our rescues or recoveries, because we do that. That's one of the things that we do that's kind of missing from anyone else. Is within, I would call, the Anchorage Bowl area, right? So you're looking at, the valley to Girdwood. So a lot in Chugach, a lot. Unfortunately, there's been times, I think last year, when the snowpack's not very safe, and Hatcher Pass was unfortunately a repeat offender. And one of the things that we will do is we have a high rate of returning people to their family, one way or the other. That was the case several years ago when it took us 6 months to return somebody, but we never gave up. So we do spend quite a lot of time there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, we actually have one more question. Mr. Croft.
Do you have an event tomorrow?
Yes, thank you. So actually, let me bring that up. On Mother's Day is a great example. Mother's Day, we got a call the previous night, Saturday night, that there was a plane that had crashed in Whittier. I'm sure you guys are familiar with that one. So Saturday night, 10 o'clock at night, we get a call. We prepare a plan and can jump with AST at 6 o'clock in the morning. We effected that recovery, returned the person to their loved ones. The interesting piece about that is tomorrow, one of the members that was on that mission, tomorrow we are celebrating his 40th anniversary with this organization.
Where?
BP Energy Center.
At what time?
6 p.m.
Awesome.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Well, on behalf of myself and my colleagues, sir, I just want to say thank you so much to your organization and the work you do. I know that we all are tremendously appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now on item 9A5, resolution number AR 2018-168, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Recognizing and honoring Kathy Wasserman upon her retirement as director of the Alaska Municipal League. All right. Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this motion is approved. Now, Dick, you said that
I'm presenting, I don't know who's reading. I don't see Kathy here.
Is Kathy here, or a representative of hers? If not, that's okay. We can, it'll still be read in, still in the record.
You want Pete to read it?
Would you like to read it, Pete? She's not here.
Go ahead, I already read it.
But your voice sounds so good, do it.
Mr. Dyson sounds like a
All right, Mr. Dyson, thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Kathy Wasserman upon her retirement as director of AML for her many contributions. Whereas Kathy Wasserman began her work for local government as the mayor administrator of the city of Kasson, Alaska from October 1990 to November 1993, continued to serve in local government as assembly member, vice mayor of the city and borough of Sitka, and mayor administrator of the city of Pelican from October 1998 to July 2004. Whereas Kathy served as past school board president, Southeast Island School Board, past vice chair, State of Alaska Local Boundary Commission, past board member, Prince of Wales Community Advisory Council, and on the Alaska Municipal League Board of Directors. And whereas Kathy served as president of the Alaska Conference of Mayors in 2004, has served on the Denali Commission from 2006 to 2018, and received the Vic Fisher Local Government Leadership Award in 2003 and the Southeast Alaska Person of the Year in 2017. Whereas Kathy worked professionally as policy and program coordinator and deputy director of the Alaska Municipal League from 2004 to August 2006, and as executive director of the AML from August 2006 to 2018. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly, as a long-term member of the Alaska Municipal League, resolves to recognize and honor Kathy Wasserman for her contribution to local government in Alaska, and to congratulate Kathy on her retirement, and to encourage all Anchorage residents and Alaskans to consider and model public service like Kathy's. Passed and approved 22nd day of May by the Anchorage Assembly.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked to be able to read that because Kathy's a pretty close personal friend. We met 20 years ago on an airliner somewhere and had many things in common, and often guested one another at various places, and share the hobby of anthropology, archaeology, and paleontology, exchange books and artifacts and so on. And Kathy will be missed, and a delightful friend, and one of the side benefits for me of being in a public policy position. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. I should also note, I want to congratulate Ms. Rose Foley, whose husband is going to be taking over, I believe, for Ms. Wasserman. So it's a big state but a small town. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Okay, we are now on to item 9F6. That was pulled by Mr. Croft. What is the will of the body?
I'd move to approve.
Second. It's an introduction item?
So I think we are, Mr. Croft, you can explain it. And I think Ms. Wint Pearson might want to get in the queue as well to explain what's happening today.
It'll quickly go past my power to explain, but I think, Mr. Bosco, that you have a lot more experience on this, that it's not actually an introduction item. It's the public hearing. We've had a first reading on it, and it's actually to pass. But the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong.
Ms. Wint Pearson?
Certainly, Mr. Chair, in the queue at your request, but to speak to Mr. Croft's point, yes, that's the case. This is for this resolution needs to be either passed or not passed tonight in order to take a next step on this AK Alchemist matter. If it is passed, it will simultaneously set a public hearing for the 26th of June. At that time, there will be another resolution introduced that actually takes definitive action with respect to the underlying conditional use permit.
Thank you, Ms. Wint Pearson. So I believe Ms. Demboski has an amendment as well. So I guess we'll open it up for discussion now, have discussion, and then Ms. Demboski has an amendment. We'll go through discussion on that amendment, and then we'll pass or not pass. Starting with Mr. Constant.
Mine's more of a technical question. Why is it in the section that it's in then?
I believe it was there by mistake, honestly. It should have been a 9B item, but the remedy that we've discussed is that you pull it, discuss it, and pass it, as opposed to simply moving it on the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant and Ms. Wint Pearson. Mr. Trainey.
Mr. Chairman, as I understand, the individual sold the business application is no longer owner of that property. So I can see no reason to let them continue to operate it when there's no property. And I think to run that business, he needs permission from the property owner, which I don't think we even have yet.
So you're speaking in opposition of the resolution?
I am.
Okay. Is there any other debate on the underlying resolution? Mr. Constant.
Yeah, is Mr. Coffey in the room? I saw him a minute ago.
He does not appear to be. Okay. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, so I had the question what the substantive difference is between passing and not passing this resolution. When we pass it, it says we continue our protest, we'll set a public hearing, and it would have the effect of having a period of time, it could be a brief period of time, where this licensee is not allowed to serve alcohol. They could fix it by that June 26th, and it would be a short period, it could be longer. I think it's cleaner, Mr. Trainee and others who feel like that we've given enough chances on this to pass it, and it would have the effect of temporarily at least denying, either temporarily or for a longer period of time, denying their ability to serve alcohol. So I guess, Ms. Pearson, is that right? If we pass it, does it have the effect of protesting?
Through the chair, if you pass it, the conditional use permit expires by its terms on May 31st, and it remains expired, and thus the applicant's unable to serve alcohol unless and until they come back for the public hearing set for June 26th, and this body makes a decision about the conditional use permit. The practical difference between passing it and denying it is really the level of process that the applicant is required to go through to obtain, again, the right to serve or the ability to serve alcohol at the premises. If you don't pass this, the conditional use permit expires by its terms and the applicant reverts to square one. They go back to, this is a restaurant and eating place conditional use permit, so they would go back to staff and submit a complete application, go through the application process with planning staff. If planning staff grants it, they would receive the conditional use permit. If it's denied, they would come on appeal back to this body, and then you would make another decision on that application, that new application. So it's a considerably more in-depth and longer process if you don't pass this.
Is that satisfactory, Mr. Croft?
Yeah, just to summarize, sort of, if we pass it, the conditional use expires, but we have a ready-made process for them to start again. If we kill it, their conditional use expires, and they have to start all over. And then we'll have a third option, I think, for Ms. Demboski, that is to give them an extension, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, there are a couple things. First, it's kind of creeping me out, or, I would like to create for the record that this item is noticed for a hearing in 2 weeks, or at some time in the future, but for introduction tonight at the section that it's in the agenda. And so procedurally, I think we're flawed on our end to even be taking an action. So that's caveat number one. Second, Mr. Coffey, can you please come on up?
Yes. That was the clerical error.
So a few moments ago, Mr. Trainee made a point about there's been an ownership change of the land relating to this property and this business, and that if the property owner hasn't made a kind of a document that says it's okay, that we can't have a conditional use.
We've got that coming. It's Mr. Brian Shute, and he will have that. I'll have that to Francis on today's Tuesday. I can get it probably tomorrow or the latest to the next day. It's one of many tasks in the list of things we have to do.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I would note that we had a work session on this topic, and I believe that where it is in the agenda was a simple clerical error. The applicant was given notice that we were going to introduce it tonight.
Yes.
Mr. Trainee.
We've given this applicant 3 years. That's enough time. I'm not going to vote to approve this tonight. Just let the license expire and start over again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ms. Demboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if it's okay, I'd like to go ahead and just move my amendment. Thank you. I move Demboski Amendment Number 1, which would amend Section 1 I'm trying to find the line number for y'all. Oh, here we go, line 25. Okay, it's sections 1 and 2, page 2, beginning at line 25. And it will read, the Assembly extends the limited conditional use permit granted to AK Alchemist for alcohol for restaurant eating place with special conditions approved by AR 2015-261S as amended until conclusion of the hearing on the matter set in Section 2 and Assembly action thereto. The limited CUP will then expire by its terms, absent affirmative action by the Assembly to modify or extend it. And then the language is now being struck on May 31st, 2018. Alcohol may not be served at the site after this date. Section 2 would be amended to read, the Assembly may specifically consider whether to strike, revive, and extend the limited CUP in accordance with its existing terms to strike, revive, and modify the limited CUP or take no further action, in which case the limited CUP shall strike the word remain and change the next word to expire. If the Assembly takes no further action and the limited CUP expires, strike remains expired. No application for modification will be accepted until, and it goes on as so. If I can get a second, I'll explain.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I think I'm trying to be rational and not emotional in this process. This has been a good applicant. It has brought the desired reviving to this eastern portion of downtown Anchorage. I'm not aware of any complaints against this applicant. Clearly, this is a unique situation. Clearly, the applicant is taking, or the owner is taking this seriously. He's hired a very capable and expensive attorney, I'm sure. But it's only fair. What we're talking about, the summertime is the busy time. We're talking about an outside beer garden, basically. The Saturday market is just cranking up, and now we're basically going to say we possibly shut you down for a third of the summer. For what reason? Just to stick it to them? I don't understand that. I think our goal here is to bring people in compliance, and we like to work proactively with our community members, whether it's people that are patronizing an establishment or people that are owning and trying to build an establishment. I think we've demonstrated that this administration, this Assembly, the City of Anchorage wants to be a positive partner to work with, and for a place that brings jobs and something just unique to this area of downtown. I've driven by there multiple times. I've even eaten some of their fish and chips, and I have to tell you, it's a great little establishment. I don't know how the end result will turn out. I'm not there yet. I'm just saying, let's go through the public hearing process and then make our decision. I just don't see any reason to be retributive at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Constant, are you speaking to Ms. Demboski's amendment?
And the process again.
Thank you.
So back when all this started, the applicant was given 90 minutes notice before close of business, and technically they weren't allowed any notice because of the way that the rules are, but in every other line of business they're allowed 3 weeks of notice, 21 days. And so it's reasonable expectation that they would get 21 days of notice, but didn't in this case. So then you fast forward, and Mr. Dunbar, when you were just speaking about it, you even said at a work session they were given notice that this would be introduced tonight. Right? An introduction on an item that is in the 9F section means it will be heard in the future. It's introduced and then heard. It's not moved to approve, it's moved to introduce. And so I agree with you. And so then we had a work session on Thursday, which isn't our standard business at this time. We tend to have work sessions on Fridays, and I believe that the Petitioners' Council actually showed up for a work session on Friday, which is the standard time when those things would happen under usual business. And so all of this taken together, I would say the applicant isn't perfect, but has run a business that hasn't run afoul of the neighbors. You haven't heard any community councils rising up to complain, and my neighbors complain when there's a problem. But you have the system saying, well, this doesn't fit our checks and balances and our boxes, and everything isn't in order in exactly the way we want. So there's a spirit emerging here that says just shut them down. And I would say that's not fair, it's not reasonable, and I think that let's give the due time and contemplation to this question, and I support the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, I'd just like to hear from Ms. Wynn Pearson about the compliance or other issues with this applicant.
Ms. Wynn Pearson, could you speak a little to any progress the applicant has made?
I think planning may be able to speak more specifically to that, but that I think is really, I mean, that you're talking about the substantive issue of whether or not they're in compliance with the various substantive things they were out of compliance with. I don't know that I can provide a fulsome report of that at this point. I know staff is currently analyzing that. That's what will come back to you when you have the substantive public hearing on the matter. To the question of process, I would note, if it's helpful, and Mr. Coffey can speak to this to confirm on his end, I did send him written notice via email in advance of the work session of the actual date and time of the work session, and of the fact that this would be both introduced and voted upon tonight, so that there was no lack of notice that this was going to be both introduced and voted upon tonight at this meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn Pearson. Can I take you out of the queue, or do you want? Okay. Mr. Weddleton.
There's a question for Mr. Constant's points. So, I mean, I understand, so you think that the process is wrong and that we should wait and have a public hearing on the 12th, but my understanding is if we do that, then he's in trouble because he gets shut down on May 31st. So it sounds like you are, I think, sensitive to some problems and want to help him, but if we don't act today, then we didn't help him. So we should act on this today, right?
Yes.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree to that. I just think a punitive action is out of line, an action that's fairly blunt because of all of these questions of process.
May I follow up?
Yes, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay,
Are we speaking to the amendment now?
Well, yeah, specifically. So, but if we took action and this amendment were to pass, then you're comfortable. Is that correct?
Because then we'll have 3 weeks in which to come back to the question and have a substantive conversation about did they or have they or can they comply?
Right.
Then it's reasonable. You know, then it's not that arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable. It's following our own rules. Even if they aren't in clear compliance with our rules, we should be.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, sorry to get back in, but the whereas they were notified on April 20th, and again in writing on April 25th, that they had to get in this application for extension. And has that happened?
Ms. Wynn Pearson.
Through the chair, yes, they have submitted their application for extension. The issue is the first deadline they needed to meet was they needed to complete the public notice process, which involves basically coming in, picking up signs, putting them on the property to allow for the code mandated 21 days of notice prior to a public hearing on the modification of a conditional use permit. That deadline was missed, which means that we could not hold a public hearing tonight on the substance of the extension, and thus necessitating some kind of other resolution before the body, which is why we're here.
They didn't do the required public notice.
That's right.
Is that all, Mr. Croft?
Yeah, well, very briefly, almost all. I think it's the opposite of what's been characterized. We have done a lot of notice and warnings and a lot of public discussion, and they have not completed the required public notice.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking to this issue, I'm a no vote on it.
To
we
the
gave
amendment,
them 3
Mr.
years, sir.
Okay.
I don't care whether it's the amendment or the main issue. We gave them 3 years to come into compliance. They've got a talented attorney, and they could have come into compliance 3 years ago if they'd wanted to. They haven't. I'm a no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. There's no one else in the queue. Would anyone like to ask a question regarding? Okay, Mr. Constant.
Go ahead and frame your question first.
No. I was Mr. Coffey is communicating through his eyes. I think that he very much wants to speak. But if someone would like to ask him a question, they can. Okay.
And I just would conclude with, again, they haven't caused any harm. The bureaucracy has tripped them up, and so I think we can get to the question of are they capable of operating in a way that is in compliance with all the rules. And I do urge your support of both this and the substantive matter.
All right. Seeing no one else in the queue, we are now going to vote on Dombrowski Amendment Number 1. Madam Clerk, can we? Please vote. That amendment passes 9-2. We are now debating the underlying motion. Is there any further discussion on the underlying motion? Mr. Weddleton.
From the extent that I know what's going on here, there were a lot of things that should have been done that weren't been done, and things were pretty sloppy, and it shouldn't have been done that way. And it's probably a lot of the blame goes on the business owner here. He should have done things a little bit better. But in this city, we let squatters stay in houses for years. We let people homestead in our parks. We have junkyards in the middle of neighborhoods for many, many years. These are things that are really wrong. We should be doing something about it. Here's a creative, positive force in the community who's done some things wrong, and I'll give him some. It sounds like he's gotten many years to fix it and hasn't, but I'll give him a little more time. We're giving him a month, and hopefully he'll get it right. So I will support this.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, and I see all of those lapses as a problem, but we on alcohol licenses have been pretty demanding of those permittees, and we have, I think, done ourselves a great disservice here undercutting that. I think every liquor licensee watching is going to come up and say, why didn't you let me have 3 years of violations? Why didn't you? Every time we're going to try and hold somebody to the significant promises that they need to make, the significant commitments in these licenses, we've undercut ourselves here today. And the penalty wasn't losing your business. It was not being able to serve beer for a month while you got your stuff together. I really think that with this amendment, we're sending a horrible signal to all the other licensees who we demand compliance of, and we should, as amended, reject it.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just a little confused because I was looking through the packet, and Mr. Croft made the comment that there's 3 years of violations. I don't see those. So I just want to correct the record. I'm not aware of any violations regarding this applicant. So, Mr. Coffey, can you confirm that for me? I've looked through the packet about 4 times.
Yeah, there's absolutely zero liquor law violations. Nothing from the ABC board, absolutely clean as a whistle. And frankly, I don't know where the 3 years comes from. We were approved and signed in June of 2016, which is about just 1 month short of 2 years. So the mistake that was made was filing things with the city, and I think our brief says it pretty clearly, that we have substantially complied with all of the 13 initial conditions. There were a couple that were not met, and like, for example, filing the recording of the notice of zoning action. Well, just for example, the process of that is that the planning department sends it to us. Well, we never got it. It slipped. I probably should have made inquiry 2 years ago, but I didn't. But then I found out from talking to Francis that what the applicant has to do, and I was unaware of this even though I've been doing this kind of stuff for a long time, you have to bring in proof of every single one of those 13 conditions and show that you have absolutely complied at the time. And then they send you the notice of zoning action. Why they do it that way, Francis didn't know, I don't know. But that's the practice. My understanding, as it's always been that way, is you get a notice of zoning action when you approve the conditional use, and then we would have filed it. I never in the past have had to do that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Constant.
Can we hear from Ms. Wint-Pearson first?
Sure. Ms. Wint-Pearson.
Certainly, through the chair. I just, for clarity, if it helps, the cross-reference that does go back to the list of what the municipality considers or municipal staff consider to be the various violations at issue here are the references to AR 2018-111 and AR 2018-108. I realize those are not included in your current packet, but that's the cross-reference to the resolutions that were passed by this body that list the various things that are potentially open code violations. As to whether or not they're open, I would encourage you to table that until you get to the point of the question of, or to at least inquire from staff if you're looking for kind of a brief summary at this point of whether or not code violations remain an issue. I think they're all municipal violations as opposed to state liquor violations, so it would be municipal staff that would be able to speak to that.
So, Ms. Wint-Pearson, if we passes tonight and there's a public hearing on the 26th of June, are those the kind of things we'll be expected to discuss?
Yes, the intent of the public hearing is to allow you a full opportunity to consider whether or not those issues remain open or whether they have been resolved. It will allow you to hear a report from the applicant on the progress they've made toward the original conditional use permit was passed with a condition that there would be progress toward the establishment of a permanent structure on the site. So you'll hear a report from the applicant on the progress that's been made toward that construction, and then you may consider whether or not to modify the conditional use permit by extending it or by changing any of its terms as requested by the applicant.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Seeing no further comments.
I let Ms. Wynn-Pearson go first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to kind of push back a little bit on the idea of us setting some kind of terrible precedent that nobody is ever going to claim that I'm easy on liquor licenses in my neighborhood, but I drive my issues, my values, and my complaint approach to those who my neighbors are telling me are a problem. And, you know, Spirits of Alaska is gone. The Brown Jug in Mountain View has committed to closing one of their stores. The Brown Jug in Fairview makes a monthly report and does a really good job of trying to hold back the tide of all the troubles outside. There's another facility serving beverages in the downtown now that's coming before the committee to be heard because of real problems that they're causing to the neighborhood. And so I would just offer that the problems that are presented that we're hopefully going to get to in 3 weeks are related to the municipal process, the permitting and planning department, and those issues, not related to any kind of violations of service or even community standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other seeing no further discussion, let us vote on this item. Madam Clerk. That item passes 8-3. We are now down to item 9F7, pulled by Mr. Constant. That's resolution number AR 2018-165, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the new package store liquor license 5648 for Northern Hospitality Group, doing business as 49th State Spirits and Gifts.
Move to approve.
Do we have a second? Moved and seconded.
The reason I pulled this was because I hadn't heard back from the Downtown Community Council about their review of this. And anytime someone proposes the idea of a new package store in your neighborhood, you better pay attention. And so in the interim, I did hear back from the Community Council. Their Alcohol and Marijuana Committee met last night. This petitioner did come and present, and the committee voted to approve this. So I'm happy to let this proceed, and we can have this debate next time. Thank you. Please support it.
All right. Yeah, public hearing will be set for...
Motion to introduce, yeah, sorry.
Second.
Yes, I just got the wrong motion in there. It's a motion to introduce.
Gotcha. Do we need a third for that, Madam Clerk? So moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Domboski. And who's the third? Third by Mr. Peterson. All right, that concludes of our agenda. Yes, so, sorry, let me just, we have no items under item 10. We are none under item 11. We are now to item 12, appearance requests. All right, our first appearance request is Mr. Ali Volkov. Is Mr. Volkov here? Please come down. You'll have 3 minutes. Please say and spell your name.
Ali Volkov, ALIVALKOV.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, everybody. So,
sir, could you speak a little bit louder into the mic?
Yeah. I'm here today for my permit, taxi permit, because I lost my permit. and I want to take my permit back because I don't have any job now, and I have 3 kids in Europe. I was born here in Anchorage, Alaska, but I grew up in Europe. I've been there many, many years, and I have 3 kids over there, and I don't have any job right now. I lost my permit because my driver, he got an accident, and he didn't pay me. That's why I lost my permit. I didn't renew my permit, actually. Yeah.
You still have 2 minutes, sir, if you'd like to continue speaking, or we have a question for you.
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry. So you had 1 permit you were working, and you lost that 1 permit?
I also have 2 permits.
So you have 2 permits, so you can work one of those?
No, I don't have any more.
You don't have any permits?
Any permits, yeah.
May I ask, so you lost 1 permit?
1 permit, yeah.
Because you didn't renew it in time. How did you lose the 2nd permit?
Second permit because I was have 3 drivers, and plus me, I was work. One of the drivers who was drive with me, he got an accident. And one of the drivers, he was going to vacation for the New Year in Europe, and I have only 1 driver with the 1 permit because another one was the accident, and I was paying every month $3,000 for the dispatching insurance, and plus oil change. I was rent for the house, lots of bills, and I was send my money for my kids, you know. I was renewal only 1 permit. Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to hear from Mr. Musser. I know he's in the audience. Would you be willing to speak a little bit to this issue and if there's any kind of resolution that might be happening? Mr. Peterson is also in the queue. Can we hear from Mr. Musser first, Mr. Peterson? Ali, would you let Mr. Musser speak at the microphone, please?
Yes, sir.
Could you please explain a little bit with this situation and whether or not our staff are able to resolve it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Title 11 requires these permits to be renewed by 12/31 of each year for the upcoming year, or they expire and revert to the municipality. In this particular instance, Mr. Valka inherited 2 permits from his father. I think about 3 years ago. He came to us. We were aware of a significant accident involving one of them by a driver, not by the owner. At the same time, it was renewal season. He stated that he had his insurance, his payments due, and just a whole host of issues that precluded him from renewing both permits. He sold, I believe he sold 8-7 to settle the debt from the accident and everything else. It was sort of a snowballing series of events. We waited until the second week of January to try to work with him, and it was unsuccessful. And so, per the code, the permit expired. He did appeal that following our administrative appeal process, but the code is pretty clear. There's no flexibility to, extend or revert it.
And how did that administrative hearing go?
The HO found for the city that there was no flexibility within the code, and that section of code would have to have been amended to really allow it.
Thank you, Mr. Musser. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so I had a question for the owner of the permit. Mr. Valkov. So you said the driver that caused this accident didn't pay you?
Yeah.
And so was the reason he didn't pay you, was that because he hadn't been making any money driving the cab? Because we've heard that it's been a very difficult period of time to be a cab driver right now because of all the competition with Uber and Lyft and other companies like that?
No.
So the driver didn't pay you, but he had the money, he could have paid you?
Yeah. Yeah. This is the $5,500.
There was $5,500 damage done to the car?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Wint-Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the extent it's helpful, I just wanted to provide a little background on the administrative hearing process, which did happen. There was an administrative hearing before our administrative hearing officer decision was issued in January. As Mr. Musser noted, the decision noted that the code does not provide any flexibility, and so the permit did expire by its terms. She did determine that the applicant is not prohibited from applying for a new permit for a year. There was some question about whether or not that was barred, and that decision could have been appealed to the Superior Court within 30 days of issuance, but my understanding is that it was not appealed.
Thank you, Ms. Wint-Pearson. Mr. Constant?
So I had a question for Mr. Musser. When I read through everything, what I didn't understand was that the application deemed incomplete because payment wasn't made. The original application, he applied, he came in to do the paperwork, and then what I read in that report was that one was accepted and one was not. And so what was the variable that made it so the second one wasn't accepted as an application?
Thank you. Through the chair, when he came in and met with us, the purpose of that initial meeting was to state that he had the funds available to renew the one permit, but due to the cascading event from the accident, did not have the funds to make the payment for the second permit.
So it was the payment that made it so he couldn't accept the second application or deem it complete. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musser. And Mr. Constant, is that all? All right, sir, there are no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
All right. We are now to item 12B, Ms. Stephanie Rhodes, regarding Chester Creek Trail homesteading, public health, and public safety issues. Judge Rhodes, would you like to speak at this time?
Thank you very much, and may it please the Assembly. My name is Stephanie Rhodes, for the record, R-H-O-A-D-E-S. I'm here tonight to address you again on the issue of illegal encampments, really homesteads along the Chester Creek Trail and other parks. I am a neighbor of Christopher Constance. I am here to complain, and Mr. Weddleton, thanks for bringing it all up. I'm not going to recapitulate previous testimony on the gravity of harm these encampments pose. I'm going to give you the same pictures I gave you the last few weeks, and they really do speak 1,000 words, and none of them are positive. It's no surprise that encampment residents have selected these locations. They have convenient access to food in East Anchorage, and they are convenient for subsistence thefts from adjacent residences in surrounding communities. Camp residents balance the convenience aspects of the location against visibility and the likelihood of complaints and evictions. The trail locations optimize the balance of visibility and convenience by providing great cover. These homesteaders know the probability that they will be evicted is low, and they know how to work the process. They move if they have to, but not far down the same trail. I want to again highlight that while some illegal campers on the Chester Creek Trail may be among the forced homeless, many do not consider themselves homeless at all. They have simply decided that they will homestead the trail and conduct their day-to-day illegal activities under the cover of the green belt that was set aside for citizen recreation. If you approach their camps, they will demand to know what you're doing in their place and advise you to stay away from their homes. They are reinforced in these choices by a municipal government that takes minimal, intermittent action to intervene, and that intervenes only when mountains of garbage have collected and a group of citizens has become sufficiently vocal in demanding attention and action. This group, the voluntary homeless, are not motivated by opportunities of work and a pathway to housing. This phase of homelessness is voluntarily entrenched and will not relocate unless the municipality stops turning a blind eye and motivates them through creating a strategic plan of timely, lawful notice and eviction, prevention of relocation, and brush cleanup to remove the cover of dead tree fall and brush that conceal their activities. The municipality is currently engaged with various partners to complete its Anchorage 2018 Strategic Community Homeless Action Plan. You were given those slides by Ms. Bark at your last Homeless Committee meeting. Slides from the most recent May 11 Community Input and Discussion meeting were circulated to you, and there is one single reference to this issue. The slide on slide number 16, one line, camp notices and camp cleanups. One line is not a strategic plan to addressing and preventing the public safety and health issues posed by intentional homesteaders camping in our green belts who, despite the capability to do so, have no motivation and no intention of obtaining alternate housing. The time to address this issue is now. The process of a new strategic homeless action plan is underway. Residents are, in fact, truly fed up and will not forgive any failure to include in that plan a public safety and reintegration component, much like the one included in the Utah homeless action planning efforts called Operation Rio Grande. The Utah plan cannot be superimposed on Anchorage, but it is an example of the considerations that form the basis of a strategic plan to remove the lawless homesteading that has been allowed to settle in our parks and to prevent its return.
Thank you, Judge Rhodes. Could you
I'm going to wrap up. I commend it to you and urge that a strategic public safety plan be adopted as a component of the 2018 strategic plan that you are creating. You do that, or you play a tent-by-tent whack-a-mole game that will cost more in the long run than having a real plan. Many residents wish to be part of the solution in building a public safety plan to appropriately deal with illegal homesteading.
Thank you, Judge Rose. There are two questions. Mr. Dyson.
Yes.
Good evening, Judge.
Senator.
You undoubtedly know better than I do the apparent legal quandary that we are in, that we are apparently must by law be responsible caretakers of personal property of people that get evicted, which, as I understand it, is difficult to store, maintain a chain of custody, and dispose of. Can you advise us on any way out of this legal conundrum that seems to be so limiting?
Well, I'm not here to give you legal advice because you have a staff of well-trained attorneys for that purpose, but let me say a few things. First of all, yes, there are constraints on giving notice and opportunity to be heard and property issues. However, even under those constraints, you can give a lawful notice with 10 days, you can come in and abate, and you can do the prevention that is required to keep camps from reestablishing. What's the problem is that you have police posting the notices, and then Parks and Rec doesn't have the person power to come in immediately there and do the abatement. You've got camps that, relocate, or tents that claim they weren't posted. So Mr. Constant certainly has a zone idea that would be very helpful. And then in terms of prevention in the future, well, first of all, you need a strategic action plan that is a long-term plan for how you're going to do those lawful notices, how you're going to do the abatements, and how you're going to prevent. Along the lines of the prevention plan, however, once you actually abate, the deal with the law around the ACLU settlement is that you can remove property or you can give an immediate notice, and you do have to store it. But there would be a heck of a lot less property to store once you get through all of the abatement process. There's money in the budget, apparently, starting on July 1st to do abatements, but it's the logistics and a plan that are needed instead of the how are we going to do it this summer.
May I continue?
Yes, Mr. Dyson.
Yes, your answer is disappointing, but probably true. In a place like Valley of the Moon, which is not only posted, but there's a curfew and so on, does a squatter there lose any rights when they are not only on posted land, but are there beyond a curfew, which has some hopefully overriding concerns for the safety of children? Does that in any way change the legal situation and the rights that the perpetrator has?
I feel so much like I'm in law school, and I should be that I'm being asked a question by a professor. I don't know the answer to that question, but I am going to tell you that a great deal of research could be done in terms of what kind of notices might provide notice rather than individual notices. There's certainly been a lot of discussion about that. In this day and age, we're many, many years now down the road from the decision that was made that prompted the ACLU settlement. Many things have changed about the camps. You don't know what the analysis would be today. So I think there are many, many things to consider, and the way I would ask you to do that is to create a public safety and reintegration community committee that can assist with putting into your new homeless plan this part that deals with public safety.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Constant.
So, thank you, Judge Rhodes, or Stephanie, no longer Judge, neighbor Rhodes. I am just going to reiterate what I heard you say to make sure that I got this right. Our strategic plan that we have to end homelessness in one line only on all 16 or 20 whatever pages references cleaning up. So what appears to be missing to you is any focus on the public safety of people who live in the areas surrounding where these camps have historically been.
That would be one of my points, yes.
And that, in fact, if we want to approach this strategically, we need to add an element that focuses on the public safety of neighborhoods surrounding these or with these within them.
Well, the public safety and the public health.
And the public health.
The amazing fire risks of open fires that are all over, the propane tanks, the needles, all of the things that my colleague over here, my former colleague over here, was talking about that are such dangers to children playing in the area and so forth.
Right. All right, thank you. And I totally support the idea of adding a plank to that plan that addresses the question of the public safety and the public health of the people surrounding those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Wynn-Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the extent it is helpful, I did want to respond to Mr. Dyson's question about whether we are able to more rapidly abate camps in the event that there is clear posting at a park about closed hours. That is addressed in the municipal code. We are permitted to abate more quickly, but that does trigger the storage requirement. So unless and until there are resources available in an infrastructure to store belongings that are removed from a park, that is required if there is that more rapid 1 hour notice abatement of a clearly posted area that is indicated for either closed to the public or not available for camping.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. On that point, Ms. Wynn-Pearson, so if we do contemplate and move towards a zone-based approach where we stake 4 corners on a map and post generously everywhere, then at the end of 10 days, is it your presumption that we will then be able to immediately abate anything within that area, personal property or otherwise?
Mr. Constant, that's what, as you and I have previously discussed briefly via email, that's the core question that we're working on in our office, is determining whether we can legally at that point, if we move to a zone-based abatement, how we need to be able to provide that notice to enable us. The goal would be able to enable us to do a zone-based approach, but we also want to make sure that we are providing the notice that is required by law. So we are trying to work to figure out if there's a strategy by which we could effectively notice every individual that we will be doing an entire zone-based cleanup that involves the disposal of all items located in the zone on a set date. That's what we're working on determining a legal structure for doing.
Thank you. And the crux there are the people who come in on day 3 and day 5 and day 7, and that's creating a Swiss cheese approach that makes it impossible to do the job. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainey.
Becky, I've got a question for you. Couldn't our fire chief simply go into each one of these camps, because a fire is not authorized in any place in Anchorage? Couldn't they simply take the propane tanks away from them? Because many of these homeless camps have propane tanks. They've stolen from someplace, or they've fallen from heaven, and they've got them there, they're using them. But the fire chief last time told us that in these camps, they're not authorized to have a fire. Couldn't they simply take that propane tank away?
Mr. Reed, is your question whether if it's actively in use, I think it's a different situation than if it's simply an incendiary device that happens to be present in the park. I think that's the core of the issue and the challenge of enforcement, is that if it's not actively in use, then they can't simply show up and remove the article. If it is actively engaged in use, then I think it may be a different situation.
Then my question to the administration is the fire department currently, when they see them in operation, are they walking in there and taking them away? Not that they're not in use, but if they're in use. Is the fire department doing that? Because we need the full full resources of the city to attack this problem.
The Chair, we can certainly look into that. My understanding is that historically they have ensured that the fires were out, but they have not abated the property by taking it into storage.
If you'd find out for me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. It's a delightful time to have this public policy discussion. So, for both the municipal attorney and Judge Rhodes, could we, on maybe the second offense, charge the perpetrators with criminal trespass, and then if they were convicted of criminal trespass, charge them for the costs of abating their property and storing it?
Did you want me to begin, or did you want them to begin? I'm going to tell you, as a person who ran a mental health court and an addictions court for many, many years, I am not in favor of criminalizing people who are, in these situations. I am in favor of a strategic plan whereby individuals have the opportunity to get treatment if they are addicted, to get employment skills, and to do what they should be doing, which is to use their industriousness and what God gave them to be able to go out and get a job and work and find themselves housing in our city. And I think that the issue here is that we have not motivated those who are unmotivated to want those things. And we have not motivated them by allowing them to live in our green belt and to do the things that they're doing. So, I understand why law enforcement is not interested in moving forward on this level of crime. It's de minimis. It's going to take extraordinary resources that would be out of proportion with anything you could really prosecute. But the point is that this is the crime that your neighbors hate the most. When someone gets assaulted or someone gets killed, almost always, these are people that are known to the person who is the perpetrator. Rarely are these strangers in our community. But what is known is that every one of us is now a victim of having something taken from our yard and something taken our kids' bicycles. And, it's this kind of thing that drives your community crazy and that makes them want to close all their doors and all their windows and pull in and not be part of the community anymore.
Thank you. Ms. Wint-Pearson.
To the question about arrest on a second offense for trespass, we have considered some variant of that question in the past. I don't believe we can arrest individuals for if the nature of the criminal offense is presence in a park as a homeless individual, because there are case law about not being able to make homelessness a status crime. We have considered various versions of an ordinance that would allow criminal trespass or create a criminal trespass offense in public parks for other violations of municipal code, including, failure to abide by rules regarding various other rules that are present in parks, which might come into play in these instances. So we have considered that in the past. I think there is a draft of that kicking around. The question was just making sure that we structured that in such a way that we didn't inadvertently create a workaround of the notice and due process that's required for to abate an illegal campsite. So that's something that we could certainly pursue.
Thank you, Ms. Wint-Pearson. Judge Rhodes, there are no further questions. We'll go on to the next testifier.
Thank you. Can I leave you with
Sure. Next up, we have item 12C, Charles Hans Thompson regarding Chester Creek Trail homesteading, public health, and public safety issues. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. Well, I won't be as well spoken, and I don't have the accolades that Stephanie has, but I've grown up and I'm considering mostly the Valley of the Moon area and that wooded section and what can be done to improve the situation in the community with these people that are camping in there. And I've lived in this area quite a long time, since I was maybe 10, and I've gone into that area since I was about 10, and people camped in there then, so it's been an issue that's been ongoing. The difference now is that, one, they are culturally different in that they are more brazen in taking things from people. And so to me, this means that there's a subpopulation of people in these camps that are doing it. It's not everyone. There's plenty of people that have been camping there for 30 years, on and off. But I've come today to talk about two different things. The first is that we're not getting enough information back on what the status is, on what the population is of people camping in this area. I know that the mayor has made some pretty good advances in the database of who these people are, I think primarily for grant reasons and successful grants and good money. But we have this data, it can be anonymized, and it can help the community understand more about this issue so we have more intelligent conversation about it. This is a resource that the community has that we aren't making available to the public, and as a principle, people are deciding based on what they believe instead of the data that's behind it. So I would ask that we understand and we start to ask questions on how many of the people camping there are young? How many people have just started camping there? How many people have been camping there a long time? These might seem like they don't lead to an action, but they're important questions that the people want to know. The second thing is that, in this area of Valley of the Moon that I've been targeting, I've kind of led some volunteer efforts to do things. Pick up trash around the perimeter. I can't go into the camps. I can't go into camps that have been removed. And I do want to give a lot of respect to the police department and the CAP team for doing that. But one thing that we can do is we can remove the bird cherry trees, which I think that you've done a really good job to bring some awareness to. These are invasive trees, and they should be removed to, accentuate the native species that we have, spruce, birch, cottonwood. And this is an ecological argument as well as an argument to reduce the privacy that these campers have in their communities. And there are appropriate ways to address this with herbicide. And I believe that, in South Addition and North Star Community Councils, we have unanimously passed resolutions to approve herbicide this summer in this section of Valley of the Moon. It was 7 votes in North Star, 18 votes unanimously in South Addition. And so I believe that this is something, if it is successful at reducing the populations, we should consider it seriously. It's also grant funded, so I don't think that it would necessarily be a chunk out of the budget.
So, Mr. Hans-Thompson, there are a number of questions, so you'll get to continue testifying. Mr. Croft.
Just wanted to thank you, Mr. Thompson, for your efforts, particularly clearing out the brush and the trash. Really appreciate it.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to address some of your concerns about getting more data out to the public. And this has been something that in my committee we have attempted to tackle for some time now, since before I became chair of the committee. So there are 2 assessments that are done that you probably know of, the VI SPIDAT and the HEART assessment, that are done for everyone that we touch that's in those camps that we abate. We are in the process of figuring out how we can anonymize that as much as possible so we don't give out any personal information, but anonymize that and put that in what we're calling sort of a community dashboard, and really letting people know here's what the issue looks like, and here is the progress that's being made, not only in sort of what we're focusing on today, which is the finding aspect, but as I've talked to this body, there are really 3 aspects here: finding people, housing people, and stabilizing people. So we're really hoping next month that we will be able to push out a lot of this data so that the community can really look and see what is going on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Hans. I'm just going to let you know, I think you had us all until you suggested that cottonwoods were trees that we're going to protect.
Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. I missed that on the cottonwoods, but yeah.
I don't like them either. I was just
you made a comment. You said that you go and clean up trash around the camps, which I appreciate. But you say you're unable to go into mitigated camps and existing camps and clean up. Why is that?
Well, I mean, that's the wording as I understand it, is that, even if the camp has been removed, the abatement process is something that needs to be done by the CAP team. I don't know if I'm correct or not in that, but it's something that, as I read it from wherever I read it, I interpreted it that way. Is that not true?
I don't know if it's true or not. I guess I got to ask, but it'd be a darn shame if a group of citizens that want to do something is clearly dramatically improving the city, that we would get in the way and say, no, you can't do it. That sounds really stupid to me, but we'll find out. Maybe that's the way we are.
Mr. Welton, all right, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just to that point, the city at this time, I mean, the administration is working out some clarifying policies, and citizens are under the code allowed to go in and clean up. But abating, you have to look at the definition. You know, citizens aren't allowed to move campers off of campsites because that's really illegal effort. And when you find individuals in the camps that are still there, even though they should be gone, it's definitely not a position of anybody probably here that it's a good idea to go in there and tell them they got to go. You know, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't recommend anyone do it. I doubt it's legal. But in terms of the cleanup, there are questions of liability and safety, needles, human waste, things that are quite horrifying. And so I think it's just, as Ms. Wynn-Pearson might speak up to, is a process that's in development right now, but there is no bar for cleaning up camps. It's just, it has to be done with sanity.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Wynn-Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Constant more or less summarized what I was going to say. There certainly is no legal hurdle to volunteers entering into the Greenbelt and removing any kind of litter or trash at any time. There is a hurdle to volunteers actively abating camps, and that we've discussed that needs to be completed by a municipal official. And by abating camps, I mean abating occupied camps if there remain campers on the sites. The other concern is simply what Mr. Constant raised, which is that there are always safety questions regarding these abandoned camps that I think that from a policy perspective, folks are working on figuring out a best approach to volunteer engagement with that kind of work. But legally, there certainly is no impediment to volunteers removing abandoned trash and waste from the Greenbelt at any time that the Greenbelt's open to the public.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Mr. Thompson, do you have any final remarks?
Just that, replying to what Felix was saying, I don't think that it should require a lot of work to anonymize this information and make it public. At the beginning of Ethan Berkowitz's administration, he passed the open data policy, and I thought that there would be a lot more information coming out because of this. And we shouldn't be trying to make a story, as you said. We should be releasing as much information as possible without releasing PII. Right, and that's a simple process. Sir, I work in IT. I know about this stuff. Please, it's not health information. This is information about people. You remove information that can be led to any one people. You release it in an information or in a format that can't be led to be. It's very easy to do.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Right,
I appreciate your testimony.
Just one last point that I would make, sir, that is, I think you're hearing in the tone in Mr. Thompson's voice and even Judge Roger Stephanie's voice the extreme frustration, because there are people that are ready, willing, and able to help. There are people that are not going to back down, and the message that we're going to figure this out sometime in the future, soon, is wearing thin. That's what I'm hearing clearly from my neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Can I ask one more thing? So we've passed these two resolutions for herbicide use in this area of the park. It's been done in other areas, I think in Muldoon. If the community believes in this as a way to mediate this problem, are we going to run into any issues with this at the administrative side? Is there something?
So
Yes,
sir.
There is one. Human beings encamped in the woods and herbicides do not mix. And so the problem you're going to have is it has to be in a place and a time where it's noticed and cleared and remains cleared for the term when those herbicides are chemically active. And so there's a real problem there that we'll have to sort out, and it is part of this process. But I assure you we are not going to be having any process where we, put herbicides where people are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. So I'll note for my colleagues and for those in the audience that we have, that's fine, Mr. Thompson, you're done. We have several other people who have asked to be heard on the same issue, and they'll be heard on June 12th. So this is going to be an ongoing issue, but in the interest of time, I want us to move on with the rest of the agenda. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to request a moment of personal privilege.
Go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We passed a resolution here approximately a year ago about securing your load when you're hauling your trash out to the landfill. And Kelly Roy followed through with that and went down to the legislature and managed to get some legislation passed in Juneau as well. I was wondering if Kelly is here, maybe she'd like to come up and talk to us a little bit about that.
Is she here? Kelly?
Come on
You want to
down.
come up to the microphone?
For the record,
Can you pull the microphone down, please?
sorry, I'm short.
It's okay.
For the record, Kelly Roy, Kellylyroi, and I represent myself. 3.5 years ago, I was in a near-fatal car crash. My car rolled 4 times, and the fire department had to cut me from my vehicle. I had broken bones, countless cuts and bruises, and a traumatic brain injury that I've spent the last few years in recovery. The cause of my accident was an unsecured load, not another vehicle or a drunk driver, but stuff that someone couldn't be bothered to secure in the back of their truck. A DOT statistic states that a 20-pound object coming out of a vehicle traveling 55 miles per hour that strikes another vehicle going a similar speed, the force of that strike is equal to half a ton. That is just a 20-pound object. It is no wonder why unsecured loads kill people every day. The worst part of my crash was that driver never stopped. They left me there on the side of the highway with all their trash. That was when I found out that even if the driver had stopped, the maximum penalty he or she would have been subject to was a $300 littering fine. This driver ripped away my ability to be a person, to walk, to hug someone, to have the simplest of conversations, and it's been years of fight and struggle to get that back. The near loss of my life and my continued battle with my brain injury was worth no more than a measly $300 littering fine for something that driver could have prevented. I was furious and I told myself the law wasn't right, so I did something about it. With the amazing help and support from Representative Stutz's office, a bill was created, and on May 15th, the final day of the 30th Alaska State Legislature, that bill passed, changing Alaska's law on unsecured loads. This bill changes many things, the most important being when a driver acts out of criminal negligence and as a result of that negligence causes serious physical injury to another person, that driver will now be subject to a Class A misdemeanor and not just a $300 littering fine. I'd be happy to discuss other changes, but unfortunately, if I go into all the changes, I will run out of time. But the other reason why I came here today was to inform the Assembly about Secure Your Load Day that will happen on June 6th. It is a national campaign, and many states are involved. Last year, the governor declared this Awareness Day, and it is my hope that this year, June 6th, will serve as a day to educate Alaska about the new changes to the law and to educate how dangerous unsecured loads really are. Between 2015 and 2017, the Anchorage landfill issued over 4,000 tickets for unsecured loads. And I see unsecured loads every day. Alaska is now taking the steps to address this problem, but it starts with all of us in this room and every Alaskan, so please secure your load, because by doing so, you protect other people on the road with you, and we keep our beautiful Alaska highways free of litter. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. We have one question. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to congratulate you, Kelly, on your cause, sticking to your guns, and going down to the legislature and saying, no, you have to do this. You can't not do this. This is the type of advocacy that we need more from our citizens. And I just want to congratulate you, and I'm glad that you're feeling better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. It is now 6:55. We'll take our regular dinner break. We're going to keep this one short. Please be back here at 7:10.
7:10.
Doesn't seem like it.
All right, we are now to item 14A, resolution number AR 2018-124, a resolution approving administrative agreement number 2018-02 between the municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 1547, agreeing to a pay enhancement for certain engineers in training who have obtained a professional engineering license. This is accompanied by 14A1, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 255-2018. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify, please state your name for the record.
Spell your last name. Heidi wants it spelled.
Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one. Public testimony is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have a question.
Oh, Mr. Weddleton.
Not being a lawyer. So we got in the, I guess the actual change. It's our page 329 in the very beginning. What does it mean IBEW grievance is withdrawn by the IBEW with prejudice? What does with prejudice mean?
Well, I don't see our municipal attorney. Perhaps our former municipal attorney, the current municipal manager, would like to address that question.
Through the chair, in layman's terms, it means they're they're withdrawing the case and they're not going to bring it back. So the with prejudice means this is done. We're not doing it again.
Okay. Well, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Is there any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Maybe the question's already been asked, but how are you using that word engineering training? Is that a program that a member of IBEW has been involved in and now has passed out of because he's got his license?
Is there anyone here who can answer that question? Oh, there is. Please. That's right. This will be reflected on your performance evaluation.
Hello, Maya Rankin, Labor Relations Director for the municipality, and my last name's Renken.
Thank you.
And through the chair, it is a classification within the engineering group at MLNP. So until there is another position that they bid into, they will remain an engineering and training, whether or not they have a professional engineering license or not.
And if I may, but they get a pay reward for having got their engineering license, even though the position isn't open?
At this time, no, they do not until this is approved by the Assembly. Currently, they receive a pay enhancement, or they receive additional pay for working out of class. So when they're doing a higher level work, they would receive the higher level of pay. But they would, currently with a professional engineering license, they would still receive their engineering training pay without additional pay enhancement.
And after we approve this, they will get something like the equivalent pay for having gotten a license, even though they're not working in the position that requires a license?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. There are no other questions, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-0. Next, we have item 14B, resolution number AR 2018-126, a resolution approving administrative agreement 2018-2 between the municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Technicians Local 1547, agreeing to amend managed competition language and agreement to consider renegotiation of collective bargaining agreement. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, I guess I'd like somebody to explain to me why we're doing this and what the end result is of the changes. As I've read through it, page 338 and 39, part of it I thought, wow, that's wonderful. And part of it I thought, there's a snake in the grass here. So anyways, I'd like the administration to explain to me what we're doing.
Mr. Falsey, would you speak about the snake or lack thereof?
Yeah, I believe we have removed all the snakes. No, through the chair. So we are reverting this language back to the language that existed back in 2015. In the last round of collective bargaining agreements, this language was introduced related to managed competition, and it set up this really cumbersome process that has never actually been used. This is part of the larger effort of getting the IBEW and IBEW technicians' collective bargaining agreements in closer to parity, so that if the MLMP sale comes to fruition, it will be easier to integrate those two, the remnants of those two collective bargaining agreements. Materially, it would leave us in the position where we still can engage in some contracting out. We would not be required to do this bidding process where there's a 5% differential in the various pays. It would change whether there are immediate layoffs that could happen. But as I said, that process that was described in theory was never used in practice.
Is that satisfactory, Mr. Dyson?
No.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, so do I read it right that if we pass this and we found a more efficient economic way to do something, that we couldn't lay off any union members as a result of that, finding a better way to do the city's business?
Mr. Falsey?
I may call upon the assistance of our Employee Relations Director, Karen Norsworthy, to assist me in that. I think it would put us closer to the position of the status quo of reducing the force through attrition, but let me see if I get if I've gotten that correct.
Ma'am, could you state and spell your name for the record?
It's Karen Norsworthy, Employee Relations Director. Last name is Norsworthy.
Thank you.
And through the chair, reverting back to the 2015 language in the contract would still allow us to, if we found a better way to subcontract or move some work out, that we could still lay off or eliminate positions or go through the attrition process. It doesn't take that away from us.
Yeah, so I'm looking at page 339, quarter of the way down the page. It says no regular employee whose hours and terms are in the agreement shall be laid off. As a result of the contracting or subcontracting. What am I missing?
Yeah, you're not missing anything. I misspoke on that. We wouldn't lay off, but if we're going to use an example of, let's say we have a print shop and we wanted to move that work out, potentially and subcontract it out, what we would do is potentially is as the positions vacated, that we wouldn't fill those positions.
So no direct and immediate layoffs, it'd be absorbed with attrition.
Correct.
So then we would start saving money due to less personnel costs as vacancies showed up that were not rehired.
Correct. And we could also redirect those employees to other work, too.
Yeah, all right. If I may continue.
Go ahead, Mr. Dyson. We have Mr. Weddleton in the queue as well.
Yeah, so why are we striking the language that talked about under the municipal managed competition plan that has been approved by the assembly? And so, why are we striking all that? dozen lines there.
So through the chair, that's the portion of the collective bargaining agreement that referred to this plan that was introduced, I believe, at an assembly work session that has had a kind of life since that time. But it set out this complicated procedure where bidding parties would have to show qualifications to do municipal work. They'd have to show that there was a 5% cost savings, and that could trigger an immediate layoff procedure. But that process has never been used. It is our sense that it is not likely to ever be used because it's incredibly cumbersome, and it would give you a no way back. If you actually contracted work out, you might get some near-term cost savings, but if you burn the bridge immediately behind you, then you're stuck with the contractor you have who now can raise the price. All of which is to say, as we were looking at the two collective bargaining agreements, the IBEW and IBEWT, this language is in one but not the other. It is, as far as we could tell, a dead letter, and we were removing it to get them largely in sync.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Mr. Weddleton.
I think I need some clarification on that comment before I ask my questions. What is you have IBEW and IBEWT? Where are these? Who are they?
All right, I'm going to enlist my phone of friends again, but IBEW, the larger IBEW, come on down, I'm just going to vamp while you're making the moves. The larger IBEW contract largely governs our MLMP workforce with some onesie-twosies. The technicians are...
They're in development services and public works. They're doing the inspections and that type of work. Some of the journeyman plumbers and that are within, and journeyman electricians in the other departments. So the IBEW contract, as Mr. Falsey said, is predominantly MLMP, and when you take out the MLMP, that leaves us about 60 other positions. The IBEW technicians are mechanics and, I'm like going, oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. But they are in a variety of different departments, but they're more the mechanic side of things.
Okay, so I guess, because I'm looking at this and it seems like I was getting deja vu, like we'd seen this before. Did we, didn't we do something maybe with the MLMP IBEW that did basically this so that, maybe I'm wrong here, but I thought this whole thing was so that were we to sell it to MLMP, they couldn't say that was equivalent to contracting out and we'd be in trouble. That's not what's going on here.
I'm not sure I can completely retrace the source of that memory, but I do know that we had an earlier administrative agreement where we said we would not do layoffs in advance of the Chugach Electric sale, presuming that we can consummate that, because the larger Chugach Electric sale, we had said there wouldn't be layoffs as a result of the sale, so we weren't going to try to game that system by doing layoffs ahead of then. And then we had conversations a few weeks ago about these particular items, but I don't think there's a third item that you're remembering where we stripped this out of a different contract.
Okay, that could be so, but so anyway, I came in with the understanding we were doing this so that when we sell MLMP, that wouldn't be considered subcontracting out, and we wouldn't get in trouble with this routine, so we're pulling it out. And this goes back in if that sale never happens. Is that correct?
Through the chair, no. I think neither of those things is correct. This language change.
I'm very confused then.
Yes. Well, this language change is not contingent upon any sale of MLMP to anyone or Chugach Electric in particular, and it is not necessitated to make that sale happen. This is motivated for other policy reasons, and we do think it does leave us in a better shape to deal with the remnants of the bargaining units if the sale happens.
Is that
good, wait, Mr. that's Weldon? Not, no, because I don't know. I'm looking at
and
page
I'm also
338.
Maybe I need to solicit a correction from the...
Let me read. Can I read part of this?
Are you looking at page 3 of 4 where it says that it reverts back to its original terms if the deal fails to close?
No, I was going to work my way there. I'm going to start at page 1 of 4. Well, just any of those. Listed below are modifications to explicit terms to be implemented as of the date of certification of the results of the election to sell MLMP. I mean, all this tells me this is because of the sale. That's not right.
Through the chair, it's certainly so. So it's certainly the conversation that led to this agreement was a conversation with IBEW where we talked about what would happen in the event that MLMP is sold and the vast majority of the bargaining unit covered by the IBEW collective bargaining agreement goes away, and we're left with a residual group of employees, a small group of employees, and then we have another small group of employees covered by another IBEW collective bargaining agreement. So we started this conversation about what would it take to get us to a point where we then renegotiate both agreements and align them so that we have one IBEW collective bargaining agreement, efficiencies all around. And so this was one term that was identified as something that could be eliminated right now from the big IBEW collective bargaining agreement to bring the agreement into alignment with the IBEWT bargaining agreement, as Mr. Falsey's already said. It does revert. The language of this agreement does say that if the sale does not, if it wasn't approved by the voters, but that has happened, if it's not approved by the RCA, or if it fails to close by the end of 2019, then the agreement reverts to its original terms, and this change is without effect. So it protects us in the event that the sale does not close. This has no effect, and we go back to where we are right now.
Okay, I think I got it, because we'll have so few IBEW employees, it doesn't make sense to have two separate different contracts, so we want to make them real similar.
That's correct.
And once it goes through, should it, then you'll renegotiate and just have one.
So I would say there may be another agreement coming in this vein in the coming months as well as we continue talking with IBEW, because to the extent there are a few things that are easy, like we can eliminate provisions of the big collective bargaining agreement that really only apply to MLMP employees, and we can mutually agree now if the sale goes through, those things don't apply at all anymore. That will make it considerably simpler to renegotiate both contracts and align them completely if and when the sale goes through and we have these two mini bargaining units left that we'd like to make into one bargaining unit.
Okay. Much clearer idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welton. Yeah, ma'am, you might want to sit in the front. Mr. Croft.
And on the top of page 2, which is 339 in our packet, it eliminates the language that says the right to contract or subcontract shall not be used for the purpose or intention of undermining the union nor to discriminate against any of its members. Why wouldn't it be appropriate to keep language like that?
Anyone from the Ms. Wint-Pearson?
Certainly, through the chair, we took it out because the agreement with IBEW was simply to go back to the language that existed in the previous draft, which I believe roughly mirrors the language that's in the IBEW tech contract. It wasn't an intentional deletion of that line or that concept. It was really that the agreement of the parties was, let's go back to where we were previously. It makes the two agreements more or less the same. So certainly that line was not intentionally deleted for any purpose.
Okay, so we got rid of a superfluous procedure and maybe a superfluous protection. I doubt we would use it for the explicit purpose of undermining the union. You don't read that as giving us the authority to do that?
No, I don't.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Wint-Pearson. Is there any other further questions? Mr. Dyson.
Yeah. So I have what I think is technically called cognitive dissonance. And I'd like to, maybe Mr. Trainee or maybe Ms. Steele have been here for a while. My sense is, or Ms. Demboski, under the previous mayor's administration, I suspect there was some efforts to facilitate the city being able to do things in the private sector that ended up being a better deal for the taxpayers. And that this whole concept of managed competition has always been a way to give the represented employees, the union employees of the city, a chance in essence to bid against the private sector service suppliers. And I suspect Mr. Falsey is exactly right that nothing has ever happened with it, and that it's not likely to happen, and I would guess under this administration that's particularly true, but it is an impediment to proceeding with a single contract for these represented groups. Though, can Mr. Falsey, can you assure us that the city's ability to or right to consider private sector delivery of service to the citizens is not weakened by what we're doing here today?
Mr. Falsey.
I think what I could do is quote you the language that remains in the agreement after we revert, which is that it is not, that the language is not intended in any way to limit or restrict the ability of the MOA to contract or subcontract out work, and does not limit the award of any such contract or subcontract to the signatories of a collective bargaining agreement. Now, it is true that we would change this process where the immediate layoffs would come off the table, but otherwise I don't think, I'm looking around since I was wrong on my first question to Mr. Weddleton, see if I can avoid being wrong again, that it materially changes our ability to contract out. I'm getting head shakes, so I believe I can.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Any other further discussion? Mr. Trainee.
Sorry, Mr. Dyson, managed competition was a buzzword brought forward by Mayor Sullivan that never went anywhere. The first time he tried to manage competition outsourcing the police and fire department, got caught doing that, then came back with another version, then outsourced everybody else. EO 37 died after 989 people testified against it. It was not a well thought out program. Thanks, Mr. Dyson.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. So any further discussion? If not, we will take a vote. Madam Clerk? That motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Croft.
I'd like to move to change the order of the day to take up AR number 2018-134. It's 14U in our packet, and it's the resolution regarding Mom and Pop's Grocery. I know there are community council members and the affected license holder here.
Do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to changing the order of the day so we can perhaps let the community council members go home? Not to bias you or anything, but seeing no opposition, we're changing the order of the day. We'll take up 14U. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Please state your name, spell it for the record, and what part of town you're from. Mr. Potter, I see you stirring. Come on down.
Oh, this is going to be some momentous thing. My name is Tim Potter, for the record. Dan Coffey and I were going to come up here and stand side by side.
Oh, he's right behind you,
and
wearing laborer's
and
orange.
the heck out of everybody. So, and you ought to be scared. Coffey, get up here.
Yes.
So
I've been saying yes, sir, to him for about a week now.
I did want to go on the record that between Mr. Coffey, Al Tamani, Peggy Robinson, myself, and Eddie Lee, the licensee, there's been a lot of effort put in over the last week or so, especially over the weekend. I spent way more time with Coffey than I wanted to over the weekend. It's all in good fun, Dan. And I think that we've arrived at a fairly constructive and workable understanding, so that there is a agreement that's been signed by both the Community Council and Mr. Lee as to how to go forward for the next 3 months. We would be requesting that the Assembly bring everybody back in 3 months. That will give us at least three Community Council meetings for Mr. Lee to collect the data, operate as we have agreed to, and let us on a monthly basis at our regularly scheduled meetings evaluate the materials, look at the data, and see where we're at, and acknowledge that we can either reduce some of the limitations, increase the limitations, or modify in some other way. This will be a learning experience for everyone, and I hope that it will be, as we've talked to Eddie, that he will be providing the leadership component as a licensee that will hopefully get us to a working arrangement that you can impose on the Midtown District and possibly other parts of town.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Mr. Coffey?
Yeah. Thank you. We have a memorandum of understanding which was signed here just a few minutes ago after I dropped the original signed copy in a mud puddle getting my client's signature today. So we have it signed by both parties. I will turn it in to whomever at the staff, and they will provide it to you. And it basically sets out the terms and conditions between the community council and my client on what we will eliminate from sales and how we will do other things to hopefully limit access to the chronic public inebriates on the street, limit their access to alcoholic beverages, at least from my client. And as Mr. Potter says, I hope this is a way in which we can move on to the rest of Midtown and maybe even to the whole city if it works here for us. And we hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. There are several people in the queue. Mr. Trainey.
Mr. Potter, how does 14U, the ordinance we're dealing with now, differ from what you've got?
Instead of just flat out prohibiting the 50 milliliter shooters and single beers, there's the memorandum of understanding actually lays out a price rate for the shooters as a minimum based on a formula of fluid ounces of alcohol. That is also carried forward to beer and the higher octane 8.5% beer, that's 24 ounces. So we've got a relationship to the amount of alcohol by volume in the actual drink. So prices have been adjusted up. Mr. Lee has already done part of that adjustment in price, and it's already showing some benefit of people that were apparently regulars that have moved on and moved across the street to another package store at the corner of 36th and Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Do you have a follow-up, Mr. Trainey? Or
To the clerk, do we have to take action? How do we have time to take what they've got now and craft it into an amendment to this? I don't want to just get his, you said this wasn't spilled in the water? This is a good, clean copy? I want to make sure we've got time to get this so we can deal with this amendment they're talking about.
So,
Madam Clerk, do you know when our deadline is on this?
Mr. Gates is in the queue. Perhaps he can answer that question. Mr. Gates?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope I have an answer. This process that we're in is part of the state liquor license renewals that are happening every 2 years. And this is the Assembly's opportunity to protest or request for conditions to be added when the license is renewed by the ABC Board. The proposal for an MOU, the revisit in 3 months, if that is the case, that isn't part of this resolution at this time. An amendment would have to be made to incorporate it. Or if it's not, if the ABC Board attaches conditions, they would be attached to the state liquor license until it comes up for renewal again in 2 years. So I have difficulty reconciling the 3-month revisit process with something attached to the liquor license. That could be something they do voluntarily between the Lee Family Corporation and the Community Council without being attached to the liquor license. That would be fine, but that wouldn't be something that you need a resolution by the Assembly for. So I think that in terms of how much time we have, the resolution we passed last time related to our protest says until the Assembly takes final action. So until we take final action, our protest is outstanding, the ABC Board. The resolution before you is intended to be final action. It doesn't need to be if the Assembly decides to take out, I think, some language here that says this is the final action. I don't know, though, how long the ABC Board will stand by waiting. I haven't seen experience how long they will wait for some final action by a local governing body.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Unfortunately, our resident expert has gone home tonight, Miss Honest. Mr. Croft, you're in the queue.
Yeah, a couple of questions. When do we need to take action by? Or any of the administration?
Well, I think he's confused about
Well,
this.
When you decide to do something, we don't have an outstanding deadline at this time, but we're basically holding up Lee Family Corporation has a provisional license to operate until our legal process is finished. That's what the statute says. This is a legal process as I see it. So on page 3, the beginning of section 2 says this resolution is the Assembly's final action on the renewal application. If you took out that language and said we're continuing to do something, I guess theoretically it would just stay in a provisional renewed license status until the Assembly says this is our final action.
This allows them to operate until we do. It's often the other way around. It continues our protest until we remove it.
We had a conditional protest until the Assembly had a public hearing and took final action. As I understand it, the protest isn't really being contemplated any longer. It's more of whether we should add conditions to the license or not. And when that decision is made, that's the final action.
Okay. Great, thank you. A question for Mr. Potter, or two really. Is this in the form of a memorandum of understanding between the Midtown Community Council and the operator?
And Eddie Lee, the licensee operator.
So do we really need, I'm liking more and more, particularly with functional as yours is, community councils that have, ongoing significant membership, that we just say that's the requirement and we don't have, as you did here today, you came up with a slightly different formula that worked better for them based on the alcohol content. I'd hope that flexibility can continue and that what we just say is there shall be an operative agreement between the Midtown Community Council and the operator.
Yes, and Mr. Croft, through the chair, it was our intent from the Community Council's committee standpoint that the action would be to effectively adopt the Memorandum of Understanding as your action, and that we would come back as part of that in 3 months. Now, beyond the issue with the dollar amount per ounce and that's in there and embedded, but it also requires Mr. Lee to attend each regularly scheduled community council meeting, collect in a defined location all litter and alcohol containers. Also requires him to mark the shooters in anything under 24 ounces with a defined mark that can be attributable to his location or not. And that allows us to, then he has to maintain a ledger of all of the materials that have been picked up and hold those and bring them to the community council meeting so that we can audit that material. And we will routinely also drop in and visit, as I've been doing for about the last week. We think that there's, we're not going to be naive enough to say this is the answer. This is a pretty complex issue, and this is a component within this complex issue. And what we want is to be able to let Mr. Lee get his approval from the Assembly, go forward to the ABC board, come back to the Assembly, in effect on the conditional use basis, and evaluate whether we need to make some adjustments. And then that would become, again, a kind of a readoption of a refined approach.
The clerk is concerned we're going too much into debate. You're describing the memorandum of understanding that we might or might not adopt. All that detail, one of the advantages of the requirement is I don't need to know that detail. If you're happy with it and the owner is, then, but I appreciate the thumbnail. Then still on information, because I know we're in public testimony, for either of you, is there any portion of that agreement that says we ought to do the same conditions for, is In and Out the one that is across the street?
We do, and we worked with Mr. Weddleton's committee, although he was not in attendance, so Mr. Trainey was chairing the meeting.
Thank you.
And we had a draft resolution from the Community Council. The Community Council did not meet last week, but we had shifted our meeting to the 24th. So this
that was a long yes.
It's a long, we have discussed it. It will be covered. We have a draft ordinance or a draft resolution from the Community Council that spells a lot of that out because, number one, there should be a level playing field in the marketplace, and everyone should be participating at that.
A very long yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Croft. For my colleagues, the clerk has asked that we sort of proceed with public testimony, and then we're kind of drifting into discussion and debate here. Do you have a specific question, Mr. Steele, or can we wait till discussion?
I have a fairly quick one and a clarifying comment, I hope. We've been going out to the community councils when we were there, and when an application came up, we've been pushing the idea that you're talking about in terms of agreeing together as to what to limit, what not to. And I have a little bit of a problem with limiting stuff in that we're messing around in the marketplace, but I understand the need to be able to identify. I have a little bit of an issue with the glass bottles as opposed to the plastic containers when we're actually trying to get rid of plastic straws and stir sticks. And so I know we don't want broken glass here, there, and everywhere, but I applaud you for trying to get a template that can work with any of the community councils, any of the community groups, and make people a better neighbor, perhaps.
Thank you, Mr.
So that's good.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Constant, I'll remind my colleagues also, we can call them back up during discussion.
Quick point, there are three options here: pass it, don't pass it, or continue the public hearing until another day, which doesn't lose any of our rights to protest or to adopt.
Thank you, Mr. Constant, and we will revisit that question during discussion. Is there, Mr. Potter, we're going to...
Dunbar, just very quickly for Mr. Croft's benefit, this is a generalized question of now becoming a little bit more educated in trying to identify issues with specific licenses. I'm not the brightest guy in the room, maybe more than Dan, but when the reports on the police reports come out for criminal activity and violations and all that stuff, I would really appreciate it if the police department and now, maybe even Dan and I, now being a little bit smarter about the whole issue, I'm not convinced that the information that comes out in that report is really that usable for the community, the assembly, or anybody to determine what is really going on associated with that liquor, packaged liquor license. You can't tell what's going on, and much of it is not related to anything that may or may not have happened at that specific location. So we have a lack of data, or at least we have a lack of refined data to let the community have a better understanding of what really is going on. And I'd love to work with the chief on
Thank you.
that.
Mr. Coffey, we're going to move on for now, and we'll come back to you if there's more questions, but I want to let other people give an opportunity to testify, okay? So,
whatever you say, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on this? Thank you. We'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Alfred Timani Sr. I'm the president of the Midtown Community Council, and we've worked very, very hard with the owner of this mom and pop store. And I think what we're trying to do is to use this as a prototype because of the information we're going to be gathering on a report filed by the employer with us. We'll know how many 911 calls he had to make, all of this information. And I think it's a positive, progressive step forward. And we would really appreciate your taking a look at this document and give us a good tool to work with. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Al. Are there any questions for this testifier?
Thank you.
I don't see any. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard on this item? Please state your name and spell it for the record and tell us where you're from.
Hi, Peggy Robinson, Robinson. I live in Midtown, kitty corner across the street from Arctic Benson Park, and I was here last month and testified, and that I've given some input to them as that they've been working on this memorandum of agreement that I think it's potentially very workable. Certainly what I'm interested in is cleaning up all of Midtown and all of the retailers, the package stores. And so if, this helps, as I know some of the stores already are doing voluntarily some of these things that, and it's good to see that this might work. And my whole issue with the trash, I'm glad now that, that's being addressed as well, and for a regular pickup on the way down to the park. So I hope that this works well and that the owner follows through with it and develops a good working relationship with the community council in the neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. We have two questions. Mr. Croft.
No, I was getting in line for debate. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Constant, do you have a question for this testifier?
Actually, before we close public hearing, want to move to continue the public hearing to the meeting the 12th of June, because I don't understand what we're doing here. This memorandum of agreement, it's got a lot of stuff in it, some of it that's awesome and some that I think is not okay. And I think we just need a little more time. But I want to let her finish and then continue the public hearing.
All right, have you concluded, ma'am? Okay.
Yes, I have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So we have a motion. Do we have a second for the motion to continue? All right, we are now debating Mr. Constant's motion to continue public hearing. Mr. Croft, do you want to in on this one?
Yeah, wanted in on the other, but so what is the effect? I asked before, and there was some conversation. But if we do this delay, does it mean does it interrupt their ability to sell alcohol?
Is there anyone, Mr. Gates or Ms. Wint-Pearson? Unfortunately, we're a little short-handed tonight.
Yeah, certainly, Mr. Chair. My understanding, and I think, again, Ms. Honest, as we all acknowledge, is the real expert here. My understanding of the process is that they will continue to operate just subject to a provisional license until the action is complete. And the action that was the nature of the provisional protest was that there had to be a public hearing and final action by the Assembly. So unless until that happens, I believe they continue to operate under provisional license. So I think status quo remains in place until June 12th.
Let me ask you this way, since we have Mr. Coffey here. Mr. Coffey, do you object or see any detriment to your client for us putting this off and massaging this stuff?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Well, us working on or understanding better, at least, this memorandum of understanding.
Here's the issue. The ABC board meets on June 12th in Anchorage. The new agenda is not out. It'll be out on Friday the 25th. I'm pretty sure that on that agenda will be protests, including this protest here. I'm also certain that I would make an argument that we're in the process, if it comes to that, and we haven't reached an agreement at this level, that they continue a determination as to whether to agree with the protest or not. And so what we don't want to do is move down in a positive way and then have the ABC board say, yeah, we uphold the protest, and then he doesn't have a license. We're putting him out of business. And that's, 12 and 5 days? That's 17 days from now. I don't know that we'll have the problem completely addressed by that time. And so you have your protest in front of the liquor board on the 12th. And I would hope that what you'll see in addition to the memorandum of agreement is after the 24th, a resolution from the community council. And what they're saying is that we need a process to see if the system works, and we agree with it. And I hope that you agree with it as well, without causing the man to lose his liquor license.
Right, and that's what I was trying to get to. And just on, and then I'll be done. But just on the concern about the delay. So there's concern about the impact. Part of the reason for the delay is, paragraph 7 and some of the others that are in this. A lot of it, a lot of us very much like. Paragraph 7 is saying the assembly will do things. You'll instruct the city clerk. A lot of things I'm not sure that a memorandum between the Midtown Community Council and Mom and Pop's Grocery can tell us to do or not do.
No, of course not. Their resolution asks you to do those things so that we have a level competitive field. And there are others who are selling the things that my client has agreed not to sell or to raise the prices so that they won't be acquired. And it's the same thing I suggested to you the first night we were up here. Let's see if these things work, but let's make it applicable throughout the community council.
And I'll just say in conclusion that what I've been advocating for is that we require there is a memorandum of understanding. It is not to incorporate it in our assembly document or even to say, so they can have whatever agreement they think works, and they can also say we want the assembly to do X, Y, and Z. It's not binding on us. Right. When it breaks down, I do intend, as one assembly member, that I think we should avoid the situation where when we impose this condition on one, traffic goes simply across the street or down the block. And so that we should be consistent in these criteria because I think they're appropriate. But it doesn't mean I think we incorporate this into, it means we require that they have one.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. We have, Mr. Gates is in the queue, so I think I think he wants to speak to that point, and then we'll come to Mr. Constant.
Yes, if the desire was to add the requirement from MOU to this resolution, could you do that by an amendment? I could have it ready for you.
So it's not appropriate time for you to testify. Please take a seat. No, sir, please take a seat.
Can I get a sidebar?
Please take a seat. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Gates, please repeat that.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Chair. If the assembly or an assembly member wanted to add the requirement for an MOU with the community council, you could do that by an amendment. I could have ready in 5 minutes. We have language from the prior conditions we added to brown jug package store licenses. The paragraph would be very similar. I have it in front of me now.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. Just to take it a little bit further, I do know from the past experience we've had here, if we continue the public hearing, that doesn't end the process. It doesn't shut down your license. It does delay. And so the 12th, we have a meeting, so that might be in conflict. But we could have a special meeting even, come together just to answer this question sometime between now and the 12th with an hour, just like a work session. But literally, this thing doesn't just direct us to do something. It directs us to tell other community councils they have to do something. And whether or not we choose to accept that when we incorporate this as part of the record that that's what we're saying or not, I think there are questions about what the effect of this is. And we should contemplate those effects before we adopt them. We should be thinking about this, and I think it doesn't hurt to wait and think about it and come up with an actual amended version of this document, because we're literally legislating on the fly right now.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Traney.
It's called making hamburger, and it's terrible when we're doing it. So I would support waiting till the next meeting for this. We just got this document tonight, and quite frankly, we have not been able to go through it and look at its ins and outs. Of course, this we're dealing with that license, but nevertheless, we need a couple of days to take a look at this with our attorney. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Ms. Stemboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the motion to postpone, I am supportive of the motion to postpone. Like Mr. Constant, I have real concerns when community councils are dictating in an MOU, the assembly shall do this, the assembly shall do that. I'm not going to relegate our authority to be independent and to be the final arbitrator to a community council, even if it's my own. But beyond that, I was looking when you got up to testify to tell me, okay, these conditions in this document, should they stay, should they go, which ones should we keep? And now I'm looking at your conditions, and in my mind, I'm thinking we have to change, we have to have amendments or an S version to change what's in here, because the conditions are really what matters. So I think to Mr. Constant's motion to postpone, he's absolutely right. By continuing the public hearing and being specific on that motion, it does not close the public hearing. So when you go to the ABC board, they should be able to give you a provisional, whether it's a provisional license or whatever, because our hearing's still open. We didn't close that public hearing. See, I learned a thing or two. So I think it's wise of us to do. If this motion fails, I'm going to have a lot of legal questions, and I think it's a real challenge because our licensing clerk is not here. And so if I can't get adequate information, my goal then will be to just strip every condition and just pass it. And I don't want to do that. So.
Thank you, Ms. Stemboski. Mr. Weddleton, on Mr. Constant's motion to postpone.
Okay, I think Ms. Domboski covered my important points, but the other one is, so we're on that, but then should we postpone it? Would this gentleman who wants to, if there's anyone else here who wants to speak, can they speak this evening?
Well, right now, we are debating the motion to postpone. We are not taking public testimony. We can do that after we have voted on the motion to postpone.
Then they could, on the 22nd or the 12th or whatever.
Are we
right?
We're postponing. So the motion is to continue the public hearing.
Yes.
Is that what we have?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did I say postpone?
All right,
to
that's
continue
fine.
public
Thank
hearing. Ms. Wynn-Pearson, you're in the queue. Is this on a
Mr.
point?
Chair,
Yeah.
to the extent it's helpful, I had some comments on the provisions of the MOU, but if you'd rather table those until after you've decided what you'd like to do with the public hearing, I'm happy to offer those comments at a different time as well.
I think that's appropriate. Mr. Steele, on Mr. Constant's motion to postpone.
Yeah, I think postponement probably works. I have some real questions about whether or not we want to put this specific list in code. I think that each area and each neighborhood ought to negotiate it with their community councils because they're all a little bit different. The problems are all a little bit different. The geography is a little different. And so I would like to postpone it.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. I'd like to ask a question, Mr. Coffey. Could you come back up here? Come on up. I just want to be clear what we're doing here. We're going to continue public hearing. It doesn't seem like we've taken any final action.
I agree.
And you don't. I just want to make sure. I don't think anyone here's intention is to shut this person down on the 12th. Do you think you can make a coherent argument?
Yes,
to the
I don't
liquor
have a problem with that, but what I would be assured that happens would be some sort of statement to the Liquor Control Board that you are, not from me, but from you, that you are still in this process, and please don't either vote the protest up or down. Otherwise, I'm going to go down there and they're going to say, well, what did the assembly say? And I'm going to say, well, they didn't say anything, so then what? So they may take action. If you just say we're still in this process, then we'll be fine.
Mr. Constant.
And that's Mandy's job, and she does that regularly, and when she gets the notice from us that this happened, she'll communicate directly with them. That's certain actions of the clerk that they're allowed to take.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, just direct Mandy to go ahead and do that. Okay?
I will take that under advisement, Mr. Trainee.
You can do that. I did it for years, Mr. Chairman. Just tell her to get a hold of the ABC board and direct them that we're still working on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Croft.
Mr. Coffey, we're still in this process.
Yes.
And we're going to be at least until the 12th.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey. There are no more comments or questions.
Real quick.
Oh, Mr. Constant.
If it does turn out that the ABC has heartburn, I would be willing to call for a special meeting that we could address the question before the 12th. And so I don't think we're going to do that. I don't think we're going to need it. But just so everybody knows, if we need to act because we've done something egregious because our smartest person isn't in the room, we'll make it right.
It takes 6, Mr. Constant. You can't ask for a meeting.
I concur. Okay, we are now going to vote on Mr. Constant's motion to continue public hearing until June 12th. Please vote. That motion passes unanimously. So that actually means we can continue taking public testimony tonight, and then again on the 12th. So if there's anyone else here who would like to testify to this item, they may do so at this time. Now keep in mind, if you testify tonight, you cannot testify on the 12th. But if you like to testify on this particular item, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. State your name and where you're from. And please spell it for the record.
I'm from Anchorage, but it may not concur in the same.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Nisan, Nisan. Sally Lead, Salelite. It may not concur in the same draft, but still in the same community where the trafficking of people and the society of the people that use these alcohol facilities still come in the same trafficking of the transportation system. I feel as though that one thing that ought to be addressed and the trafficking of people that come into communities to use these facilities, of trafficking in the liquor communities, still, it needs to be addressed in this sort of fashion, I feel as though. I feel as though the comfort of people that drink alcohol come up in these communities and use the bus systems at the same time, and at the same time have the assembly. They are a multitude. They are people that are the minorities still, but they have what they call the cash system, the cash prize. They come and use these facilities. And at the same time, I feel as though that one thing, and more than the comfort of the transporting to this exchange system, it needs to be addressed more furtherly. I mean, like here, we're looking at carbon monoxide poisoning from the bus systems. You use gas. Gas is at the price of $3.30 nowadays, and it's so risen. And one thing I feel as though that really ought to be focused on in this triangle of things that are at council right here, right now.
Sir, we're speaking about Mom and Pop's Liquor Store. You have 50 seconds left.
Yes, I would bust your bus drivers down to just a pickup bus and put the bike buses, the bike trolleys on the back of the bus and just break that down. Man, listen, I'll get back with you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this item? Please state your name for the record. And again, if you testify tonight, you cannot testify on the 12th.
My name is Russ Sereno, R-E-N-O, and I'm a member of another community council. I know that we have a memorandum of understanding with a lot of our licensees, and I don't think it would come well if we were being told by the Midtown how we were going to have our understanding for another location. That's all I really wanted to say about it.
Any questions for Mr. Reno? No questions. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? All right, with that, we are going to continue testimony till June 12th. We are now on item 14C, ordinance number AO 2018-35, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly delegating parking enforcement in the Girdwood Valley Service Area to the Whittier Police Department and amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 9.06.095 and 9.30.240 accordingly. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes 9-0. We are now on item 14D, ordinance number AO 2018-34, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 8 Penal Code to add new sections for the crimes of failure of a mandatory reporter to report abuse or neglect of a minor.
Waive reading.
I have to get through the bolded part. Sexual abuse of a minor, failure to report a violent crime committed against a child, failure to report a violent crime committed against an adult, and sending an explicit image of a minor. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify?
Mr. Chair, I believe that the maker wanted to postpone this item for at least a month or two, and he's not here, so I would like to make a motion to postpone this item until the July 17 meeting.
I think the more appropriate might be to continue public hearing. Or we could change the order of the day, take some other stuff up. Is he coming back? Do you know where he went? Do we have a sergeant at arms to go track him down?
No, we do not. But his stuff is still here. So
Okay. Could we get a motion to change the order of the day and take something else up first and wait for Mr. Dyson to come back?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion, change order today, to take this item up last.
We have a second. Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, we're now on to item, thank you, Mr. Constant and Mr. Trainee. Item 14E. Ordinance number AO 2018-38, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending provisions of the Anchorage Municipal Code Title 8 to clarify the definitions of family violence in Section 8.10.050 and false information in Section 8.30.020. Is that the same? Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Before I close public testimony, is this a companion ordinance, or is this something separate from the administration?
Mr. Chairman, this looks like it came from the administration. If you look at
Wonderful.
the title.
All right, so seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Croft.
So the final change, I understand the definition of presence, and that makes a lot of sense, so that if they're in, particularly I would think the dwelling, that be in the presence of. On the false information concerning a person's identity, it used to be when you are being served with an arrest warrant or issued a citation, that is, are you Eric Croft, and I lie and say no. Now it says has an outstanding arrest warrant. So if I lie any time about my identity while I have a warrant issued, like, do we mean to an officer or to anyone? Oh, false information to a peace officer.
He's under arrest.
While I have an outstanding arrest warrant. I guess it seems a lot broader than the not telling the truth to the officer while they're trying to serve an arrest warrant or being issued a citation. Usually I would think name. And this is now while they just have an outstanding one.
Is there anyone from the administration who would like to testify to that?
Certainly, I can attempt to speak to it. Since I've discussed this with the prosecutors who phrased it, my understanding is that it practically affects the same situation. The idea is there is an outstanding warrant for an individual's arrest, so they would be placed under arrest if they were revealed their identity to a police officer. The police officer, in some other context, asks, "Who are you?" And they give a false name because they know they have an arrest warrant outstanding. It's designed to address that situation. And it just removes an impediment that was created by the existing language, which made it a practical impossibility to ever charge the crime. Because if you can't serve a warrant on someone if you don't know who they are, if they've told you they're someone else, so it really was without meaning, and this is intended to give it the meaning that they was supposed to have from the beginning, that you can then add this on to an offense if you are dealing with someone who has a warrant for their arrest, and then they, subsequent to that, lie about who they are to a police officer.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just had to work through it. Sorry about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Croft, that is a problem, though. I know I was talking to one officer that wanted a finger pad put on his vehicle, so he could at least get their fingerprint, have them put their finger, so he could tell who they are, because people will lie as to who they are, because they know there's an outstanding warrant out there for them. So I think we need to close that loop by having this done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Any other comments on this item? Any other discussion? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14F, ordinance number AO 2018-39, ordinance amending the Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations by adding a new chapter 25.13, allowing the chief of the Anchorage Police Department or the chief's designee to set fees for the use of weapons ranges and other training facilities by other federal, state, or local law enforcement or public safety agencies, APD. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is for the very cool new tactical range, right? So my question is, this is going to obviously new. How is the assembly going to find out if, I mean, clearly we're giving the chief powers that we would typically do, which would be to set fines and fees and all that stuff. So how are we going to find out if these fees are changed? What if we get a lot of complaints that they're just too low and we want to raise them, or too high? Can the assembly still take action if we delegate this authority? Or are we just completely giving it up to the chief? We would have to change the code to do it.
Anyone?
Not that I don't like the chief. I'm just saying there might be a time that the assembly decides they want to change it. Or we want to know when it's changed. I didn't see anything in here on notification. Did I just miss it? I've never heard this many lawyers so quiet. Good question. Well, you can clear. I'm sure it'll.
Ms. Wynn-Pearson.
Okay, I admit that I have had very little to do with this ordinance, so I'm just reviewing it. I think that you can certainly, I mean, you're passing a change to the regulations, which does require that the regulations be, if they're increased or newly established, have to be made available for public comment, but they don't have to come back to this body. So you should be able to be aware of them through that process. You can certainly at any time override the regulations by virtue of an assembly ordinance amending the code. You could change the regulation. So this particular regulation does not require that changed fees be approved by this body. It just requires that they be made publicly available, so you could presumably be aware of them if they change. But at any time, if you think they're too low, you could go in and you could pass a new regulation, or you could pass an ordinance that says that you're upping them and the chief's discretion is no longer in place and you're setting them at a higher rate. That's certainly always possible.
Thank you.
Mr. Gates is in the queue. Mr. Gates, would you want to speak to Mr. Dombowski's question?
I think I am. It's about whether, to make sure I understand, if the fees are increased in the future, will there be a public hearing before they can be increased? Is that correct?
I didn't necessarily go for a public hearing, though that's a good question. I think I'd like an answer to that one, but I just wanted to hear how we would find out, and if in fact, other than an ordinance, if there was a mechanism that the assembly could use to address the fees ourselves.
I'm not completely familiar with this ordinance, but I asked to speak to point out a provision of municipal code. It's 39920. It's about municipal fees, fines, and penalties. It says they shall not be increased greater than the cumulative rates of inflation and the average annual Anchorage Consumer Price Index since such fees, fines, and penalties were last changed. This has to be complied with unless it's something new, then there's no pre-established fee to increase from. Or if the assembly makes a finding, it says that here in that section, if there's an identifiable cost associated with the increase, then it doesn't have to comply with that limitation. So 39920 is the applicable version. There is some limitation on increasing. If this fee schedule is in regulation, then it requires approval of the assembly. So that would come before you, not for public hearing, but for approval.
Ms. Dombowski?
Oh, no, that was a great answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is just designed to cover the costs of running the facility. It's not designed to raise money, and it's not to be used by private individuals, just these agencies. Read the top of it, they're going to be using this, and they're used to paying the fees required to administer this type of a range. My question goes to administration. You had a committee came together to name this facility. When is that going to be brought back to the assembly for us to adopt the naming of this? And to the chief, when are you planning on inaugurating this, chief?
Through the chair, I don't know the current status of the naming panel. I believe I saw Gary Gillum in the hallway a few weeks ago who was going to a meeting of that naming panel, so I suspect their work is probably wrapping up. Perhaps the chief knows. In either event, I will look into that and pass off to the chief for the second part of the question.
Chief Dahl.
Thank you, through the chair. I don't know the answer to the question about naming, so I'm not sure where we are in that process, but we're ready to do an inauguration once the name is finalized. We've been doing some extensive testing prior to the official inauguration, so I think we're probably ready to go.
Okay, just the administration. Mr. Falsey, would you find out where it's at in the process? Because I'd like to see it in front of us at our meeting on the 12th of June, so we can name it. That way you guys can go ahead and let the family know, so they're here if they can be.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Chief.
Trainee. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, Chief, I think Mr. Trainee would like an invitation to come and pre-test it.
Oh, don't worry, I'll be there.
Ms. Dombrowski?
I can't help myself. I usually try to hold back the smart comments, but I can't help it. I just want to point out that the Chugia Community Council, the Birchwood Community Council, our council was very excited and very supportive to have a very loud neighbor next to us at times. To us, it's the sound of freedom, and we are very excited every time you're there. So we look forward to seeing more law enforcement out in our neck of the woods.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Thank you, Chief Dahl. There's another question from Mr. Trainee.
And as what a friend of mine, J.B. Officer, says, it'll be nice to not have to worry about who's behind him shooting.
That's true.
Because that's a problem they've got at Birchwood. So this will be a good safety aspect for our officers. Look forward to you guys using it, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. I see no further discussion. Please vote on this item. That motion passes unanimously. We are now to item 14G, ordinance number AO 2018-36, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing and providing for the issuance of not to exceed $40 million in aggregate principal amount of general obligation school bonds of the municipality for the purpose of financing the costs of educational capital improvements for district-wide major building systems renewal.
Waive reading.
There you go. Thank you. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right. Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14H, ordinance number AO 2018-37, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing and providing for the issuance of not to exceed $67,358,000 in aggregate principal amount of general obligation general purpose bonds of municipality for the purpose of
reading.
Financing the costs of road and drainage improvements, renovating, replacing, and renewing park facilities, public safety and transportation improvements, area-wide public facilities, police and fire improvements, and related capital improvement projects. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on 14I, resolution number AR 2018-145, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,407,000 to the Anchorage Area-Wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund, Maintenance and Operation Department for General Obligation Bond Proceeds for Area-Wide Facilities Projects, Office of Management and Budget. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to testify, please come forward. State your name. Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14J, resolution number AR 2018-146, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,050,000 to the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Capital Improvement Projects Fund, Maintenance and Operation Department, from general obligation bond proceeds for APD facilities projects, Office of Management and Budget. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to testify, please come forward and state your name. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item.
Well, that went by fast.
That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14K, resolution number AR 2018-147, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $2,288,000 to the Anchorage Fire Department for emergency communication equipment and appropriating $300,000 to Maintenance and Operation Department for fire facility upgrades, all to the Anchorage Fire Service Area Capital Improvement Projects Fund from general obligation bond proceeds, OMB. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote on that item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14L, resolution number AR 2018-148, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $2,250,000 to the Maintenance and Operations Department for a Warren infrastructure upgrade, $970,000 to the Anchorage Fire Department for cardiac monitors and 2 new ambulances, and $500,000 to the Traffic Department for school zone safety, all within the Anchorage area-wide General Capital Improvements Projects Fund, and appropriating $888,000 to Public Transportation Department for bus stop improvements, facility upgrades, and support equipment, and appropriating $300,000 to Maintenance and Operations Department for replacement of megadoors at Transit Maintenance Building, all to the Public Transportation Capital Improvement Projects Fund from General Obligations Bond Proceeds, OMB. Anyone wish to testify on this item? Public testimony is now open. Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. One Scrivener's detail up in the top, it reads chairman, and it should read chair. And second is we are appropriating for cardiac monitors. And today I had the misfortune of going to a local business who had a street person die on their property on Mother's Day. And the whole incident was caught on their closed-circuit cameras, and they wanted me to watch what's happening on their property. So I had that opportunity, and it was a bit heavy thing to watch. But one of the best parts about the video was witnessing AFD's response and their intensive response to a cardiac situation and their ability to do everything that they could. And it was kind of amazing. So thank you to AFD.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I believe we have among the best statistics when it comes to those things of any fire department in the country, having done their short training program. Anyone else just wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14M, resolution number AR 2018-149, a resolution appropriating a contribution of $800,000 approved in the 2018 Parks and Recreation Department operating budget from the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Fund to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Project Contribution Fund, all within the Parks and Recreation Department, for the purpose of purchasing capital equipment and improving parks, trails, and facilities. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to testify, please state your name. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14N, resolution number AR 2018-150, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $225,000 of other fines and forfeiture revenue from the federal seizures and forfeitures to the Federal State Fine and Forfeiture Fund for use by the Anchorage Police Department. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to be heard, please step forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Dyson.
Thank you. This is intriguing to me, and I would like to have kind of information, what's the last 10 years, how much money has come and what's been done with it. It has no impact on my decision to support this tonight, but I'd like to know what's happened, and no great hurry on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. The chief is no longer here. Perhaps Mr. Wilbur, would you like to speak to that? Okay, thank you. Mr. Croft.
I'd just like to honor how easily you said federal seizures and forfeitures to the Federal State Fine and Forfeitures Fund. Well done.
Thank you. That's right. It's a tongue twister. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So similar to Mr. Dyson, I had questions, and I did inquire with the chief because, like last year, here we are again, same question, how shall we appropriate the funds taken from seizures and forfeitures? And the report that I got back from him, and this is, of course, poorly recited because it's, not his words, but was that these are forfeitures that happened at the end of the Obama administration, who had adopted a policy of no forfeiture. And so, in his opinion, these are very clear cases, but he doesn't have specifics to give us, but he is also working on a report for me. So thank you for asking again, because it's important. I also had an officer of APD suggest that the Muni consider a forfeiture rule for itself that it has in the past. I'm agnostic to that question.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That motion passes unanimously. Sorry, I've lost my... we are now on item 14O, resolution number AR 2018-151, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage to appropriate and adopt 2016 substantial amendment number 4 in the amount of $545,085 of the 2016 National Housing Trust Funds and 2017 substantial amendment number 2 in the amount of $543,890 of 2017 National Housing Trust Funds to State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grant Fund for Department of
Waive
Health.
reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to testify on this item, please step forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one and no Mr. Aleva, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14P, resolution number AR 2018-152, a resolution of the municipality of...
Quick point before you start. I didn't want to comment on it. I don't have a point other than when you hear people say we don't appropriate money, we just appropriate over $1 million for the homeless problem. So just want that on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. That, for the record, that relates to item 14O. We're now on item 14P, resolution number AR 2018-152, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $500,000 as a contribution from the 2018 Health and Human Services Department Housing and Community Services Division Area-Wide General Fund to the Area-Wide Miscellaneous Operational Grants in the Health and Human Services Department for Housing and Homelessness Initiatives. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Mr. Constant, I see you. Nope. Mr. Trainee.
Administration, I see there, part of this is overflow shelter, support, and elder stabilization. What does that mean in English? Elder stabilization, is that the program they had at one time to take over Cordova House downtown, to move elders into there, or what?
Through the chair, I'm going to call upon my friends at the Department of Health and Human Services to provide those details.
Ms. Ward is also here.
No, she's dedicated.
Hello. Please state your name for the record.
Melinda Freeman, through the chair, and I'm with Steve Ashman from the Department of Health and Human Services. You go ahead.
Sure. I guess I can start with the elder stabilization. It's my understanding that those funds were going to be used to provide some housing assistance for the elders. I don't know if where that plan is advanced right now, but that was the plan at that time.
If you don't mind, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Trainee.
So they're looking at renting a building for this, or is this going to be spread all throughout Anchorage, various little spots? Because at one time they were talking about having a big building to get the elderly people that were homeless off the streets. I'm trying to figure out what's the plan now.
Excuse me, and through the chair to Mr. Trainee. That one time they did want to lease one of those buildings. My understanding that's not the case. They still have the money earmarked, but I don't think that they have any strategy on the expenditure at this particular time. Or if they do, if Nancy does, I'm not aware of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only concern is this is a blank check for a lot of money without us knowing where they're going to operate at. Just concerns me. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Any other questions for these individuals? Any other discussion? Mr. Constant.
Just the same comment, another $500,000 towards the solution of the homeless issue.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing no one, please vote on this item. Mr. Dyson? That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14Q, resolution number AR 2018-153, a resolution appropriating $160,000 from the Rasmussen Foundation to the Miscellaneous Operational Grants Fund within the Office of Economic and Community Development for the provision of the Chief Housing Officer Grant. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, I'd just like a word or two on what this money will be spent on.
Well, I think Ms. Ward is sitting in the back. Maybe she would like to speak to that.
In the flesh, what the money will be spent.
Exactly.
Robin Ward, Chief Housing Officer. Through the chair, Mr. Dyson, this is a grant that allows me to spend 90% of my time on housing issues. As part of the work plan, it's my responsibility to identify barriers to producing housing, all kinds of housing, and to find initiatives, work with stakeholders.
You're telling me more than I need to know.
Okay.
What you told me is it pays your salary and benefits.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you. So that kind of helps answer my question to some degree, but after the second year of this grant funding goes away, where's the money coming from, or does your mission change back to previous status?
Ms. Ward.
Through the chair, Ms. Demboski, this is the second of a 2-year grant. It is our anticipation that we will ask for another 2-year grant. But frankly, if this were to go away, I probably would also, because through the budget cuts, they no longer have the ability to fund my position.
Okay, thank you.
I hope we could find somewhere else to employ Ms. Ward, and she doesn't disappear from Anchorage. All right, Mr. Constant.
Just the same, we don't want that, so we'll do what we need to do.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion, please vote on this item. Mr. Dyson? Thank you. That item passes unanimously. We're now to item 14R, ordinance number AO 2018-40, an ordinance authorizing the University of Alaska to relinquish a portion of their leasehold interest in Lot 4, Block 4 by amendment, and authorizing the municipality of Anchorage to enter into a long-term lease with Lake Clark Air Incorporated as lessee for this portion of Lot 4, Block 4, Merrill-Field replat, located between runway 725 and Merrill-Field Drive, Merrill-Field Airport. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We're now to item 14S, ordinance number AO 2018-41, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by perpetual non-exclusive electrical easements to Chugach Electric Association Incorporated to relocate existing electrical facilities in preparation for the 100th Avenue Minnesota Drive to C Street project on municipal property, legally described as... Thank you.
Oh, come on, that.
Public testimony is now open.
Who waived reading?
Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing, seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. If you look at the map, right, this is the property that's directly to the west of the Target down there off of C Street and that area. And if I'm not mistaken, this is an area that's been stranded, right, Robin? Or is that one that's coming up?
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, stranded in what way?
As in, it has been undevelopable for quite some time, and that we're finally overcoming some major hurdles, and that some real housing is going to be able to be developed there.
There are still hurdles. This is a paper plat, so there are still some hurdles.
Okay.
This is really just a part 100th, but you're talking about the 100th itself.
Right.
Absolutely. In fact, even 70 Acre Park has a plat note requirement that it cannot be developed until 100th is actually completed.
Right. So this is a major kind of key or piece of the puzzle to opening up a big chunk of housing.
Yes, part of it is Siri owns an awful lot of it. Municipality owns a park there.
Thank you for your good work.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Ward. Any other discussion on this item? Hearing, seeing none, please vote. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14T, ordinance number AO 2018-42, an ordinance authorizing disposal by lease to Rancho Mesa Partners, LLC, of municipal property, legally described as a portion of Tract J, Port of Anchorage subdivision, additional number 2, plat 2012-19, Port of Alaska. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. It's kind of tangential but connected. Mr. Potter's in the audience, and the staff person that he had working this project through the Government Hill Community Council, stellar person, and her name is Michelle McNulty. And as of yesterday, we have stolen her from Mr. Potter. So I want to thank him for training up probably the best candidate we could have for a planning director in replacement of Al Hart. So thank you, Tim.
Wonderful. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote. That item passes unanimously. We are now back to Mr. Dyson's ordinance, item 14E, ordinance number AO 2018-38.
34.
I'm sorry, 14D, ordinance number AO 2018-34, amending our code title 8. Public testimony is still open on this item. Does anyone wish to testify on this item?
We already did that.
We did that one earlier. All right. Hearing and seeing no one.
Before you close the public hearing.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Dyson, would you like to continue public hearing on this item or close public testimony and then continue discussion until a later date? You had indicated you wanted to.
Until June 12th of this year.
Second.
On this, yeah.
But keep
Public testimony open until June 12th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is that moved and seconded?
Yeah.
Mr. Dyson, speaking to your motion to continue public hearing.
Well, I was surprised that it showed up on this agenda, but I had promised that we would have another public safety meeting and be a month before we voted on it. So I'm keeping my word, and I think it's good public policy.
Well, you're actually the chair of the Public Safety Committee. Do you intend to have one before June 12th, or do you want to push it out to the following meeting, June?
The former.
Okay.
Alternative A that you mentioned.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion on Mr. Dyson's motion to continue public hearing until June 12th? Oh, who was the second on that?
I was.
Mr. Trainee claims he was the second on that. Any other discussion? Okay, please vote on Mr. Dyson's motion to continue public testimony.
On the 12th.
That passes unanimously. That concludes, I believe, all of our public hearing items. Special orders, there are none. We are now to item 17, audience participation. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on a topic not already addressed on the agenda? You'll have 3 minutes. Please say and spell your name and where you're from.
Is it part of my 3 minutes?
Nope, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Ron Aleva. I have businesses in Fairview, downtown, and I live in Rogers Park, and the spelling of my last name is Alleva. First of all, I want to protest jumping around that agenda because that liquor license was germane to the Valley of the Moon. It was about selling low-priced liquors. I was just there, and hey, it's the cheapest liquor in town. And from my location at the Brother Francis Shelter and Beans, you can get 5 times what I paid for this shooter. So there's still issues there. And reluctantly, I can't address it because he instructed me not to talk about something that's been decided. Stick to the agenda.
Actually, the public testimony on that has been continued, so you could come back at a...
Oh, I'd like to do that.
Okay.
Can we deduct that from time spent on my 3 minutes?
No, continue.
Oh. Okay, well, I'll talk fast. Hey, I got slapped in the eye, basically punched in the eye by a homeless person this weekend. And it addresses a problem of the continuity of groups trying to get people into the Shelter and Beans to receive services. They have alternate churches, and I'm going to add them to my lawsuit because of the injury and the violation in the intent of getting the homeless into Beans Cafe and the Brother Francis is to get them to services. But on Saturday nights, some church out of nowhere comes on Carlick Street between 3rd and 4th Avenue, and feeds these people. In the winter, they give them dark clothes. It's a ridiculous situation because it defeats the purpose of trying to get them to services. And plus, it's illegal. No health certificate, and also you obstruct traffic because it's a no parking zone. And you don't pick up the garbage after you feed them. They're on a mission from God, I guess. But I told them this last week, and they vandalized my car. Then they smashed the window on my truck, because if I call the police, they retaliate against me. This Saturday, I was in an unfortunate state of mind of mourning for a lost son of the best friend that I have, and my son's best friend was the pilot who was killed on the way to Valdez. So I called the police chaplain, maybe to get a little counseling to deal with that garbage again. But there they were feeding them. And I said, please don't do that. If you do, clean up the mess. And they all attest, no, it's not their garbage. Well, it is your garbage. You're serving it on styrofoam bowls and plastic, and hey, they're all spewed over. It blows on my lot, and it looks terrible. I cleaned it up. And I said, you should have some moral responsibility in doing that. But they said, no, that's for APD to do. I think they have better things to do. But they were kicking my van, and unfortunately, I stuck my head out the window to be slammed with a left.
Mr. Leyva, there's a question from Mr. Constant.
Okay, can I sum up what happened?
We'll let Mr. Constant ask his question first.
Okay.
Maybe you can.
Go ahead, Chris.
So, hi, Ron. I made, I guess, an unwelcome proposition to the administration this week, and so I hear that we will be discussing some ideas that might meet my goals, but not take the action that I'm looking seriously at proposing to this body, and that would be to vacate Carlick Street completely and let the adjacent property owners fence it off and keep it and stop that from being a centrifuge of trouble. What do you think?
Well, Mr. Constant, I'd almost agree with you, but Mr. Wilbur's not here, and the violation of the Brother Francis conditional use is to address the pedestrian traffic. And this lawsuit is going too fast in my favor because a sober man can't get across the street. A drunk man has a challenge. A drugged person does. But this week, I filmed a blind man trying to cross that street, and there's no crosswalks. And even if there was, the blind man doesn't know where it is. And to close that street, Mr. Constant, sends them both directions to 3rd and Ingra and 3rd and Post, where the 80,000-pound trucks zoom through. And it's a very, very craziest traffic pattern in this city. So fencing that off isn't going to help. I'll tell you what I did. I put out 22 garbage cans, and I planted 20 trees along the boulevard. Hopefully, they'll respect and use the garbage cans and, hey, not urinate on the trees. You're right, though. It is a troubled area, and what upsets me the most is if we have this, see it, report it, how can you have a bloom of tents across the street from Beans and the Brother Francis and not have them report one? Where is their responsibility? They should report it as soon as they see it. Tent pops up, issue that notice. But let me get to this. The mayor asked me tonight, and not addressed was the judge's interpretation of the ruling on the 15-day notice. You don't have to do that if you inventory the items and store them. I offered the mayor free storage because as a personal property appraiser, I can look at a camp and say, oh, you got the clothes for nothing, you got the backpack for nothing, you got the blankets for nothing, the tent, oh, with the germs you have in there, that's worth $10. I can appraise it, you can throw it away, I'll stand before the judge and say, Judge, that tent was only worth $10, let's give them the $10, but they got a $250 fine to have. Give me back the $10. And worse, if you want to get rid of, and I took one in the head for the team, that police officer is going to arrest that individual who doesn't have any record in Alaska, but does down below. So he's going to meet with the U.S. Marshal to get him charged, and they'll give him a ticket back to the state where he has outstanding warrants. One less homeless person, one less criminal, and one for the team.
So, Ron, just a quick last follow-up, and that is, amazing. It was you who put the garbage cans out there, because I had arranged a perfect tour with Channel 2. It's going to broadcast here at 10 o'clock, and telling them about all the nightmares down there, and I come down there, and it's perfectly spotless. Thank
I
you.
left 2 piles of poop up by, I've been stayed the business.
The reporter did go through the camps with me and walk through 2 latrines while he was so interested in the tent, so he got the first-hand experience. But the Carlick was clean, so
Well,
thank you.
Chris, if I can answer that with, I don't understand why you don't call this an emergency and call out the National Guard. You had a judge. That's what where cases are going to go against, is a judge. She came forward and said the entire community is affected. It's no longer a home issue. It's a safety issue. It's a health issue. It's quiet enjoyment issue. And for me, it's economic interference. And that little $30,000 settlement, add a couple zeros for starters, because you're sitting on $152 million, and part of that's my money.
All right, thank you, Mr. Aleva. Your time.
Do you have any other questions?
Nope, no other questions.
Are you sure?
I am sure.
No, you're not.
Would
Take a
anyone
look
else-
in the queue.
Would anyone else like to participate tonight? Seeing no one, we'll close audience participation. We are now to assembly comments. We'll start with you, Mr. Dyson. Any comments this evening?
No comment.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Domboski.
I just want to give a shout out to the Girdwood Volunteer Fire Department. They had an awesome mud flat rescue recently, and I don't know if anybody knows, but that's incredibly dangerous and incredibly difficult, and they pulled it off in stellar fashion.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Constance.
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank and congratulate all those high school graduates out there. You're embarking on the rest of your life, and have fun, but go for it. You know, you got talent. Don't sit back and wait for somebody else to do it. If you got an idea, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Traney.
Nothing, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Croft. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. LaFrance.
Nothing, Mr. Chair, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Steele. Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comment.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing this evening.
Wonderful. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
9 o'clock.
We're adjourned.
Mr. Steele.